class begin, I apologize in advance. We have to stop a little bit early today, but in Yirtzeh Hashem, it's a perfect daf to have to stop early. We're totally fine. So it's but we'll be good. Again, we pulled it off. We pulled it off last week. In Yirtzeh Hashem, we'll pull it off again this week. So let's begin. So today's daf is Yud Test 19. We are picking up on Yud Chesed days 18b, 3 lines up from the bottom. Cholzin, v'cholzin. So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about the Kohen Gadol does not do chalitza. Kohen Gadol, right again, cholitz v'cholzin ishto. Cholitz v'cholzin ishto. Umiyad mines ishto. About who eno miyad meshu aser ba'amaros. Remember again. So chalitza can be done too, and yibum can be done to the wife of the Kohen Gadol. But halacha l'maaseh he can't do yibum. Now there's a very simple reason why can't the Kohen Gadol do yibum? Because halacha l'maaseh Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry any woman other than a basula. And of course, if he's doing yibum, that means the woman is an almana. He can't go ahead and marry an almana. Good. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, kapasek v'tani lo shna min ha'erusin v'lo shna min ha'nisuin. So the Gemara says there's no distinction. The Mishnah doesn't make a distinction between a woman who was widowed from erusin or from nisuin. There was obviously halachically. Now, just to point out, when it comes to a Kohen Gadol, there's 2 halachas at play over here. Number one, there is an asay of who isha b'vsula yikach, that he has to marry a b'sula. And then, of course, there's a lav that he's not allowed to marry an almana. So now the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Mishnah makes no distinction between whether or not this woman was widowed from erusin or nisuin. So let's analyze. So the word bishlam min nisuin havi asay v'lo sasay, the top of your test. The ein asay docha lo sasay va'asay. So remember again, if a woman was widowed from nisuin, then essentially a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry her because of an asay. The asay is he has to marry a basula. The lo sasay is that he can't marry an almana. So there's an asay and a lo sasay that would go ahead and prevent him from doing yibum. On the other hand, there's an asay that says do yibum. So an asay, the positive commandment of yibum, cannot set aside the asay and lo sasay preventing him from marrying this woman. So that makes a lot of sense. That's if she was widowed from nisuin. Because if she's widowed from nisuin, 2 things. Number one, she's not a basula. And number 2, she's an almana. However, top of Yud Test 19, Ella, mina erusin amai. But again, if she was widowed from erusin, so the assumption is a man has not lived with his wife during erusin. As such, she's still a basula. So therefore, the only issue with him marrying her is that she's an almana. So there's a lot that there's an almana, but there's also an asay of yibum. If that's the case, yavo asay v'yitchalos asay. So let the asay of yibum come and set aside the lo sa'aseh of almana and let him do yibum. We have this concept all the time of asay docha lo sa'aseh. Positive commandment sets aside a prohibition. To which the Gemara says, the phrase asay docha lo sa'aseh is also a tremendous mantra in life. That a lot of times in life we want to do something. We feel like we want to do something. And then what happens? There's a little voice in our head that tells us all the reasons. Lo saseh, no, don't do it. It's not a good time. You're too busy. You're overextended. You don't have to be successful. I say, I want to asay, but the voices in my head tell me lo saseh. So what do you do when you encounter a situation like that? So the beautiful thing is, Chazal already told us what to do. Asay, docha, lo saseh. And you have the energy and you have the desire to do something. Shut down the voices, drown out the voices, and make sure that the asay is docha the lo saseh. It's a tremendous bumper sticker as well. We're one of those card magnets, right? Everybody, it's amazing. Back of cards have become like billboard, right? But you can make like a little magnet on there. Asay docha lo saseh. Not just the halacha, but hashkafa as well. Incredible. So if she was widowed from erusin, so why not go ahead and do yibum in that context? So the Gemara says, atu b'yer rishona. So this is very interesting. The asay docha lo saseh, of course, only works for the actual act of yibum. To which the Gemara says, you're right. By the way, it's a pretty solid halachic argument that a kohen can do yibum with a woman who is widowed from erusin, because then there's an asay of yibum, a lo saseh of not marrying an almana, and an asay is docha lo saseh, but that only permits the first bia. After that, right after the first bia, then what? There's no longer an asay. So after the first bia, the issue is you have no asay, and guess what? She's still an almana. So the problem just is, whereas the logic allows for the bia rishona, essentially, it will not allow for the continuity of the marriage afterwards. So quite fascinating. Tainam, Yachadai says, supports this. In Kidlo Bavlo bia rishona kanu. Also, the kind of the Yeshnia. So, in fact, the Gemara answers that is correct. The Gemara says, you're right. Halacha l'maisa, that works. That works. If a Kohen Gadol technically did Yibum with a woman who was widowed from Erisin, so he can effect Yibum with her, but he cannot remain married to her because the first Bia could occur because there's an assay of Yibum that is Doka de Losa say that she's an Almona. After the first Bia, there's no longer an assay. There's no longer an assay because technically they're married already. Not technically they're married already, but she's still an Almona. Remember, we'll say a woman never loses her Almona status even once she remarries. She's still an Almona. She still has a status of Almona. So as such, any subsequent Bia would just be the Bia of a Kohen Gadol with an Almona, which would be a love. Incredible. Okay, so we'll say so. Take away Kohen do Yibum. That's it. Doesn't matter again if the woman was, if his sister-in-law was worked from Erisin, was suing, can't do the next. Mace, slow mace. So let's remember again. Now we had an interesting discussion in the Mishnah about what happens if the Kohen Gadol loses one of the close relatives for whom he is obligated to mourn. So what happens under those circumstances? So the Tanakama said, so mace lo mace, in the Yotze Achar, this is Rabbi Meir. Right, the Rabbi Meir essentially says that the Kohen Gadol follows the funeral procession, but he's always out of sight of the procession. So the procession goes, right? So again, he's behind them without a sight. They turn the corner, he comes out. So he's part of the procession, but never in sight of the procession. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Yehuda says absolutely not. Kohen Gadol doesn't leave the Beis Hamikdash. He's not part of the procession. So says the Gemara, Tan Rabbanon, Umina Mikdash lo Yetzei. So the Basik says the Kohen Gadol should not come out of the Mikdash. Now, but remember again, this is so the Gemara says lo Yetzei Imar. It means he cannot be part of the funeral procession. But he could follow after the procession. Ketzad, and again, this now quotes the Mishnah. This is Rabbi Meir. Ketzad, hey nichnasin v'hu nigla. Right, they go in and he comes out. Hey niglin v'hu nichsa. They come out and he goes in. The idea is he could follow as part of the procession, but always behind the procession. Fine. The Yotzei Pesach. So Shabbos Rabbi Yehuda. So let's say. So remember again. So Rabbi Yehuda says in the Mishnah, what are you talking about? The Kohen Gadol is never part of a funeral procession. Why? Because the pasuk says, he doesn't go out to the Beis Hamikdash, so he's never part of the procession. To which the Gemara says, Meir says, 1 second, if you take that literally, then the Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Kohen Gadol should live in the Beis Hamikdash, but he never goes home. So you should never leave. In other words, if you're taking it so literally to say, that Mikdash lo Yetzei means that the Kohen Gadol can't even join the funeral procession, right? He never leaves the Beis Hamikdash. So what do you mean? He never leaves. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere. And Lahachikam is what it means to say, Mina Mikdash lo Yetzei, Mikdushas lo Yetzei. What it means, so Rabbi Yehuda says, no. What it means is like this. Sorry, Rabbi Meir says, what it means is like this. Mina Mikdash lo Yetzei means the Kohen Gadol remains in his state of Kedusha. Meaning, he should not do anything that in any way compromises that Kedusha. But again, he's allowed to go ahead and follow the funeral procession as long as what? As long as he changes it up a little bit and is not part of the funeral procession. Since the Kohen Gadol has a very, it's choreographed. It's choreographed. They go in and he comes out, right? They turn the corner, he comes out onto the street. So since there's a distance, because remember, what are we concerned about if he follows the funeral procession? What are we concerned about? That he's going to touch the mace. That's what we're concerned about. And if he becomes tamei, that's problematic. So again, Rabbi Meir holds that since we have a difference in the procession, he's not going to come to touch the mace. Rabbi Yehuda, Agav Merire, Dilma Mikre the Asirina. Rabbi Yehuda says, Kohen Gadol may become overcome by his grief, and in his intense grief, he may just end up touching the mace, and this could cause a problem. So let's say, fundamental machlokes, Rabbi Meir and Yehuda, about how does the Kohen Gadol, or does he follow the procession? Well, you should know, the Rambam Paski is like Rabbi Yehuda, that a Kohen Gadol does not join the procession at all. He doesn't go. Not only does he not go to the funeral, not he doesn't go to the Levaya, but he's not part of the funeral procession at all. He remains at his post in the Beis Hamikdash. Which I will say, if you think about it, is such an overwhelming yesod, that the Kohen Gadol is a person who his responsibility to the cloud eclipses any other personal responsibilities he has. and his responsibility to the collective it overshadows any other responsibility he has, even to his own immediate family. Now, that's not necessarily a model for us, for regular people to emulate, but Lamaisa, Klal Yisrael needs people like that. Klal Yisrael needs people who live and breathe Klal Yisrael to the exclusion of everything else. That was the Kohen Gadol. That was a Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, it's not a model to be replicated necessarily. It's not a model to be replicated by, by, by every person because it could actually be detrimental. But the Klal needs people who live and breathe the Klal. That's the Kohen Gadol. And therefore, again, as painful as it is, he does not go to Levaya. He's not part of the funeral process. He doesn't have the same mourning processes, even for his own close relatives. Incredible. When the Kohen Gadol stands in a line to console mourners. So we're going to see again how mourning practice. We did a lot of this in Mor Katan, but again, it was like this: when the Kohen Gadol is standing in line to comfort mourners, right? So he's standing to provide comfort. What happens is incredible. Sgan umashuach sha'avar b'yamino. So the sgan, so I want to say the sgan is the assisting Kohen Gadol. The mashuach sha'avar. And remember again, what's mashuach sha'avar? So let's say we're Kohen Gadol. We'll call him Aaron. Aaron develops a blemish. He breaks his arm, right? So while his arm is broken, he cannot do the avodah. So what happens? So the assistant Kohen Gadol steps in. When the Kohen Gadol and Aaron is healed and comes back to his post, so what happens to the fill-in Kohen Gadol? So the issue is like this: he can't go back to being a regular Kohen. Why? Because again, Ma'alin Bakodesh Vein Moridi. You can't do that. Once you served in the position of Kohen Gadol, you can't go back. Our issue is you also can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. So what happens? He has this spot essentially of Kohen Gadol Emeritus, right? What does Kohen Gadol Emeritus do? The same thing as every other emeritus position, right? You're like the Queen of England, right? You're just like you're whatever. You go ahead. Again, you're there. You're definitely again chizik. It's good for people to see. But that's what it's called. So the Kohen Gadol. So when the Kohen Gadol is giving comfort to people, so he's there. And again, the Sgan Mashuach Sha'aban, as Right said, the Rosh Beis Av, and also the Rosh Beis Av. Remember again, the Kohanim were divided up into 24 mishmoros, right? Each one served a week in the Beis Hamikdash. Each mishmar was comprised of multiple families. So and again, each day saw a different family or a series of families, and there was a head for each day. So the Rosh Beis Av, whoever was the dominant Quranic family of that day, the head of that family, stood by. I'm sorry, the Rosh Beis Av, va'avelim v'chola am mismolo, and the Rosh Beis Av, the avelim, the mourners, and the rest of Klal Yisrael, or whoever else was there, was on his left. So we'll say this was the choreography. Ukishu omed b'shura. I will say, just to understand, you say to yourself, wow, like why all the choreography? So we'll say, so remember, Kohen Gadol has to remain tahar. Tumah can be transmitted even through touch. You have to have a very organized line around the Kohen Gadol. There has to be choreography. It's also, by the way, as we're going to see, Kiddusha requires choreography. The holier something is, the more choreography is required to ensure that its Kiddusha remains. That's why, again, it's an interesting thing. When you show up in shul, right? How do you have to show up in shul? What are the rules for showing up in shul? Right? On time. If that was a rule, we'd have a problem, right? So the answer is there aren't really any rules per se, right? In other words, that you can roll in. Right? Address a lot of these things in Yatz Hashem in our new Mikdash Ma'at. Right? But you get a lot of interesting behaviors that have developed over the years that are quite fascinating. Like walking into shul on Shabbos morning with a cup of coffee into shul. I don't know, I'm not an old person, but I never saw this growing up. I never saw it. But people saunter into shul like it's like yeah, I grab my cup of coffee, I'm coming into shul. No. That's not what shul is. Drink your coffee before you come to shul. Drink your coffee, come to shul. Shul is not the place where you come to have coffee with God, right? Shul is the place where you come to converse God. When you're learning, that's one thing. That's one thing. But to come into a show with a cup of coffee and then you see Chevra, it's really quite shocking. Chevra is like, during davening, and there are some audible slurpers. I'm just going to point that, right? Right? And like, what is that? What is that? Chazar Sashat, or you hear like the clicking of the top of like the travel mug. So take a sip of coffee, or drink it, and then people go for refills afterwards, which is like also incredible. I didn't know we offered that. I got to get in on that a little bit. So it's really, I'm just telling you, like it's something that managed, like it's an avalar, and it really is like it totally diminishes the sanctity of what a shul is, and fundamentally erodes what tefillah is supposed to be. It creates a casualness that is just not supposed to be part, because again, you see, the further removed you are from the Shekhinah, it's true, the more casual things become. The closer you go to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, the more choreographed things become, right? That's why you go onto the Harabayas, so remember again, you can't go with your wallet, with your walking stick. You can't walk into the Beis HaMikdash with your shoes. And the further in you go, the more strict the choreography is. Why? Kedusha requires Seder. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires a clear structure for how I'm getting from point A to point B. So the further removed from Kedusha I am, the more casual things are. That's just the way that it is. The closer to Kedusha I get, by definition, the more choreographed things need to be. So everything to do with it. Yes, on a utilitarian level, everything is choreographed because he has to remain tahar. But it's also a dimming Kedusha. If you want, and we know this in our own lives, if I want holiness, holiness requires structure. Holiness requires order. Holiness requires a schedule. Holiness requires choreography on every single level. If it's chat plak, just whatever, go with the wind, go with the flow. Right? Then the nice you can accomplish great things, but that's not where kedusha is. Incredible. So goes back to kashu all made b'shura misnachem yacheret. Now, if the Kohen Gadol is mourning, right, and again, he is being consoled by others, so then the halach is skan miyamino, barosh beis abechala amismalo. So ultimately, again, the assistant Kohen Gadol is on his right. Skan miyamino, rosh beis av, right? So again, this is rosh beis av, and the rest of the nation is on his left. Aval mashuach sha'avar lo asi gabe. So it's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort, so we note that both the skan and mashuach sha'avar. Skan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Mashuach sha'avar is the Kohen who served as a Kohen Gadol while the current Kohen Gadol was disqualified, and then again becomes emeritus afterwards. So if you notice, when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort to others, the mashuach sha'avar is present. When the Kohen Gadol is in mourning, the mashuach sha'avar is not present. Why? Says this is incredible. My timer, chol shadaite savar kafdidi. Because you won't say, as much as the Kohen Gadol does not go ahead and become tummy or go to Levi or participate in the funeral for his loved ones, but again, there are certain parts of the avodah that he's not permitted to do. We'll discuss this. He feels that the mashuach sha'avar may rejoice at the fact that now he's not the acting Kohen Gadol. I will say, this is quite fascinating. What the Gemara is highlighting over here is there's some amount of inherent tension between the Kohen Gadol and the person who fills in for him when he's not able to act as the Kohen Gadol. People are people. And when you feel that your position is at risk, right, or you feel that someone else is able to do your job, it's threatening. So as such, it's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is mourning, we tell the mashuach sha'avar, don't come. Don't come to be menachem, because it's going to elicit negative feelings or potential insecurities within the Kohen. You think to yourself, if there's one person in the world who shouldn't feel insecure, it's who? It's the Kohen Gadol. My gosh, you're the Kohen Gadol. I mean, you're not a doctor, right? But you're the Kohen Gadol. You're the Kohen Gadol, my guy. It's like you can't become holier than the Kohen Gadol. You're the only man on the face of the earth who is permitted to engage in the most intimate communion and Kippur. It doesn't get higher. Even the Kohen Gadol has insecurities. such a validating and such we all walk out with insecurities and we think that our insecurities are representative of the fact that we're so deficient, right? That we're so lacking. If only was a healthier person that wouldn't have insecurities. It's true, we all have to work on our insecurities. But it goes to what Chazal are telling us is that having insecurities is just part of being human. And even the Kohen Gadol has them. Incredible. Amar Papa, Shema Mina Mahamas Nisa. To us, there are three things you should learn from here. Number one, Shema Mina, Hainu Sgan, Hainu Mamuna, that the Sgan and the Mamuna are two names for the same person, the deputy or assistant Kohen Gadol. Shema Mina, Avelim Omni B'Chala Am Ovrin. That will say so that when comforting mourners, the mourners would remain in place, and the nation, the people would file past them to provide nechama. Shema Mina, Avelim the small Hamanachim Omni. Also see from here that the mourners stand to the left of those coming to console. Tanarabana. So listen, listen, it's somebody who's done this practice a little bit. This is incredible. Tanarabana, Berishona, Avelim Omni B'Chala Am Ovrin. Because in the beginning, it was just, as we just said, the Avelim would remain stationary, and the people, the comforters, would file past the mourners. So this is Vahayu Beis Mishpachos B'Yushalayim, Miskaros Zubazu. Get ready for this. There are two families in Yerushalayim that fought with each other. What was the fight? Zozomeres, Anio Veres Tchila. Zozomeres, Anio Veres Tchila. What would they fight about? That when it came to the comfort line, or the comforting line, right? This was the people who were coming to comfort the mourners. These two families would always get into it. Right? Family A would say, no, we're going first. Family B would say, no, we're going first. Because every single time someone died, and they had to go to Menachem Abel, these two families would always go at it. So what happened? So the rabbi changed the practice. And what did they do? They changed the practice that the comforters no longer file past the mourners, rather the mourners file past the comforters. So therefore, again, there's no real order in the line of the comforters because the comforters are standing in place and the mourners go by, which I will say, interestingly enough, is the practice that we have to this very day after the Kfura, right? We form two shilos, we, the comforters, remain stationary and the mourners walk through. That was not the original practice. The original practice was mourners stand in place and the comforters walk by, which if you think about it, interestingly enough, sounds so much more intuitive. Why did it change? Because two families in Yerushalayim are constantly added. People say, what do you see from here? See, do you understand what just happened over here? Halacha changed because two families in Yerushalayim HaKodesh were fighting. People say, what do you see from here? How important shalom is. How important? I don't know. I would have thought so. What should we do with those two families in Yerushalayim? Sitting down and say, what's the matter with you people? Right? You don't have to say it like that, but something like that. In other words, what are you doing? So obviously, I'm sure someone tried that, but whatever was going on was much deeper. So you see from here, the halachic practice changed in order to maintain shalom within the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Global Hashalom. There is nothing greater for our people than shalom. Shalom is the kli that allows every other bracha to be showered down upon us. With it, we have everything. Without it, we have nothing. And so Chazal were ready to go ahead and literally change mourning practices in order to prevent two families from fighting, in order to cause the proliferation of Shalom within the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Overwhelming. Okay, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, Amar Ba'aba, Hetz Rabbi Yossi es Hadavar Liyashno B'Tzibori. Shiu Avelim Omdim V'Chol Ha'am Ovrim. So listen to this. So you notice Rabbi Yossi changed back the practice to what it was. He changed it back to the practice of the Avelim standing in place and everyone else filing past. So again, that was just so because understand, Chazal changed it as a reaction to a particular event. So Rabbi Yossi felt that there's no reason why in Sipori, where we don't have this problem, I could do the halacha as, or could keep the practice as it originally was. Mourners stationary and everyone else filing past them. So listen to this. Rabbi Yossi organized, or he enacted the following halachas in Sipori. Number one, that a woman should not walk in the marketplace with her child behind her, but only should walk in the marketplace with her children in front of her. So what's the pshat? He wants it because of Ma'aseh Shahaya. So what happened? Rashi points out to him that there was a woman who was walking, her child was behind her. She turned around and her child was gone. Somebody had taken her child. So a man came over to her and said, "Oh, I'll help you find your child." Her to a home, and she was fine in that home. It was a trap. It was about to violate her. So after that particular event, Rabbi Yosi said in Sipori, when one is walking in the marketplace, your children should be in front of you. I will say, also dramatic about this. You say to yourself, really, you're going to enact a practice because of something that happened to one person? And the answer is yes. It's all the same thing. Rabbi Hashalom. Halacha looks out for the collective, and Halacha also looks out for the individuals, and the safety, security, and shalom of the individual and the community is paramount. It's interesting. It's fascinating. Rabbi Yossi instituted in Tzipori that women should talk in the bathroom. Incredible. They should talk in the bathroom. They should converse in the bathroom. I will say, you understand, by the way, the halacha is you're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. Right? It's important halacha to know. You're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. It's not a, hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? Fancy meeting you here. Right? None of that, right? None of that. There's no talking in the bathroom. Right? Because again, that's normally a din in sleep. It's a din in modesty. First, go to the bathroom, take care of their needs, and then get out. That's it. Interesting, the halacha here is that women should talk in the bathroom. Why? Mishum yichud. This says wants us to understand that it used to be bathrooms were what's the word? Yes. No, what is it? What's the opposite? Is it unisex means foreign gender? No, non-denominational. Non-denominational, right? That's the wrong word. Right. Not co-ed. No, not co-ed. Not co-ed. This is going down to that. You know what? No more comments from the audience. I got this. Bathrooms, right? Bathrooms were communal. They were they were communal. So what could happen if women were using the bathroom and a man walked in, he didn't know. So this way, again, if a man's approaching and he hears women's voices in the bathroom, he knows not to go in there. So again, and to avoid any type of potential yichud situation. Quite incredible. Amarav. So you might say Amarav. Amram Nashia by Abbas. Shilta is Rabbi Yoshia Rabba, the base Amid the Hutzal. We'll say first of all, Amari. So Rabbi Nashia Abbas asked Rabbi Yoshia, the great Rabbi Yoshia, in the cemetery of Hutzal. He said the following: Amari. Ein shura psucha chusa me'asar b'nei adam. For a shura, for the line of comforters for Avelim, there is no din of shura if you have less than 10 people. And the mourners are not part of the minyan. So bein sha'avelim omdim v'chala am ovrim, bein sha'avelim ovrim v'chala am omdim. And this is, doesn't matter whichever practice you follow. Whether you follow the avelim are stationary and the comforters walk past them, or the comforters are stationary and the avelim walk past them, there is no concept of a shura with less than 10 people. Incredible. So you must be shumisnachim. So we'll say when the Kohen Gadol, remember again, when the Kohen is in mourning and people come to him. So remember again, the Mishnah is actually quite dramatic. The Mishnah said that they walk in and they say to him, Anu kaparascha, we will be your atonement, which is so profound. Like the people are saying to the Kohen Gadol, we'll take your suffering. Whatever is supposed to happen to you, let it happen to us. So the Gemara now says, when the Kohen Gadol comes to comfort someone else, so the Gemara says, what does he say to them? So Tashma, he says to them, you should be consoled. So the Gemara says, what's the case here? So it's like if we're talking about a case where someone's coming to comfort the Kohen Gadol, and he responds to them, so if someone is coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and he says to them, you should also be consoled, it's almost like an ayin hara. Right? So if you imagine like someone comes into the Adol, they say to the Adol, and the Adol says back to them, you know what, thank you. Right? So again, you don't say stuff like that. So if they're coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol says to them, you should also be consoled, that's like an ayin hara. That doesn't make sense. Ella, watch this. In other words, what it means is like this. When the Kohen Gadol goes to console someone else, he gives a simple consolation. What's his consolation? You should find consolation. You should be consoled. I won't say now, I think it's interesting, and again, the Kim and Diktuk could fact check this. It's interesting because this is the easier way to have written this word would be what? Tinachamu. Or tinuchamu, right? Be consoled. What's tisnuchamu? Tisnechamu, I believe, is the hitpa'el form of the word. Hitpa'el, I can't catch it for like 2 days in the Greek, and right 2 days, right 2 days. It was hitpa'el, right? So it's the hitpa'el form, which is the reflexive form of the word. So titnechamu, right? Tinachamu would be consoled. Titnechamu means almost like engage in the process of consolation. It's like lehit palel, palel, church of a hit palel, daven, right? Lehit lispal, right? The church of a hit palel is peilam. That means to judge. Lehit palel means to engage in the process of self-evaluation, to engage in the process of judgment. So tinachamu means to console, to be consoled. Tisnachamu means to engage in your own process of consolation. What is the Kohen Gadol saying? Chavra, do you know where consolation comes from? Consolation comes from within. Nechama comes from a decision to look at life from a different perspective, to look at life with a different set of eyes. Consolation comes from the moment when you realize that although I've suffered loss and life has not gone the way I thought it would, and not to lose myself in a state of sorrow. But instead, I am choosing to go ahead and look at life in a different way. This is my lot. This is what I got. This is the hand I've been dealt. And this is what Hashbar who gave me. Then these are the circumstances I'm going to maximize. And by the way, we know, because what's the shortage from Nechama? We translate Nechama as consolation. Nechama doesn't mean consolation of salvation. He points this out in the beginning, at the end of Parshas Bereshis, where the pasuk says, "Vayinachim Hashem al she'asas adam." Hashem had Nechama that He created man. Nechama. What does that mean? And Rashi says, a change of perspective. What's consolation? Great consolation comes from a change of perspective. Consolation comes grief. What's overwhelming about grief is this reality that life did not go according to plan. I had this whole vision, this whole idea, this whole plan how life is going to go, and now again I've been visited by these difficult circumstances, and I feel life has been derailed. What's Nechama? Nechama is a change of perspective. This is my new life. These are my new circumstances. This is my new reality. And I will not allow it to destroy me. I'm going to pivot. I'm going to pivot. Not the life I planned for, but this life that I have, I'm going to maximize what I've got and not lament what I have lost. So the quarter to Kohen Gadol, we'll say one word, because you think to yourself, Kohen Gadol, you can come up with something better than that. That's it. Tisnechamu. I don't know, a little bird, a little something. A pasuk. Tisnechamu. We'll say that's it. Tisnechamu is the hitpa'el form of Nechama. Kohen Gadol says to the mourner, find the korach within yourself to find a change of perspective. Find the korach inside of yourself. For consolation is not going to come from anyone around you. They can help. Consolation only comes from within. And the only times it comes from within is when you choose to change your outlook, when you choose to change your perspective. Not tinachamu, but tisnechamu. Incredible. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, Melech, well done. So we'll say now we're transitioning to king. So the king, right? The king doesn't judge and is not judged by others. So it's already going to say, there's only Malchei Yisrael. About Malchei is David, like regular Jewish kings. But Davidic kings done in Osan, judge and are judged by a court. Chsiv, based David Kamar Hashem, you know the back end Mishpat. Below Dainin Alei, Inu Hechi Dain. So I'll say, so remember again, so the pasuk says, when it comes to the house of David, based David Kamar Hashem, Dino Levaker Mishpat. Ultimately, again, right, the din is to uphold the justice. And if you can't judge, then Inhu Hechi Dain. So the pasuk says that base David has to be judges, right? But we'll say this is incredible. The only way to be a judge is if what? If you can be judged yourself. If you cannot be judged, you cannot stand in judgment. Incredible. The Gemara says, V'aksid. The Gemara says, after all, because we say V'aksid, his koshu, the koshu, which again was the Gemara responding to the pasuk from Sefania, his koshu, the koshu, which literally means arrange. His koshu, the koshu. Literally, again, arrange yourself, and then you can arrange others. Organize yourself, right? Better yourself, ready yourself, and then you can go ahead and help others. I would say such a profound yesod. You can only stand in judgment of others if you first judge yourself. You can only fix others if you first fix yourself. They'll say it's the hardest thing in life, right? Because judging others is one of the most fun things in the world, right? And engaging in self-respect, right? Self-judgment and introspection is one of the things that we avoid most. The Gemara says, if you want to stand in judgment of others, make sure you're in order. And if you're not in order, do not judge others. Which I must say is such a profound yesod in general. And it's not just judge. If you want to lead by example, then be the right example, right? A person wants, but whatever it is in life, if you want to have an influence on others, make sure that your own house is in order. Your personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, you're going to have, if it's not in order, you're going to have a difficult time having an impact beyond. I want to say this is so many different, in other words, you want to build a relationship with someone else, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. You want to be a good parental role model, you have to make sure you're in a good place. You want to be a team leader in your profession, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. If you want to have an impact on other people, make sure first that your own personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, the truth is you're not really going to be able to have a lasting impact upon others. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, so my time alone. So I'll say, so why is it that Malchi Yisrael are Jewish kings, but not from the Davidic line? So why can't Malchi Yisrael be judged by a court? Listen to this. Yishamaisa Shahaya. The episode that occurred. What happened? This Gemara says, the Abdei Diyanai Malka, Katal Nafsha. It's incredible. One time, a servant of King Yanai. Now, we'll say, King Yanai was one of the Hashmonai kings. Incredible. Right? One of the Hashmonai kings. So one time, King Yanai's servant killed someone. Okay.
It's athleticism.
So Shimon ben Shetach, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, said, okay, we got to summon this Eved to a court case. The Sanhedrin, we have to judge him. So what happens? They sent the message to Yanai. Yanai, your king, your slave, your servant killed someone. Send him to the Sanhedrin. Yanai sent him. Okay. They sent another message. Yanai, you also have to show up in Sanhedrin. Why? Because a servant is like a piece of property. A servant is like an ox. Once one's ox kills someone, the owner of the ox has to show up in Basin as well. So Yanai, you got to show up in Basin. Yanai said, no problem. So Yanai came and he sat down. Right, he took his seat in court. Amalei, Sheben Shetach, Yanai Hamelech, Amod al Raglecha, V'ya'idu. Right, Yanai. Oh no, don't sit down. Stand up. You're in Sanhedrin now. Right, stand up. Do not sit down. Right, and let them testify against you. Because I remember, just to be clear, it's not it's Yanai's property. No one's accusing Yanai of anything. But at the end of the day, Yanai is part of this trial because it's his property that killed someone. And Rav Shimon Sheta says to him, you're not standing before us. Standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore they tell Yanai to stand up. Yanai says, Amar lo, so Yanai says back to Shimon Shetach, no, so Yanai says, hold up, Shimon Shetach. I don't have to stand unless all the other Rabbanim here say I have to stand as well. In other words, so I'm saying, so Tosfos points out over here that the halacha is like this. There is no halacha that says that litigants have to sit or stand. What the halacha says is one can't sit and one can't stand. So in other words, either both stand or both sit. So Yanai felt he's being a little bit mistreated over here. He's like, I don't say, why are you telling me to stand? Why are you telling me to stand? Again, if everybody's standing, I'll stand. But why are you singling me out to stand? So Yanai says to Shimon Shetach, if all of the Rabbanim here, right, if all of the Rabbanim here say that I have to stand, then I'll stand. So we'll say what happened on the base. So what he turned to his right, Kav Shuknei Mekarka. So the Rabbanim, the other members of the Sanhedrin avoided eye contact with Yanai. You know what I'm saying? You all do this sometimes where you get pretend you're busy. See, thank God for phones. Like Baruch Hashem for phones. Because you can always look busy, even if you're not. I don't know what they did in the Sanhedrin. I don't know, they have like a safe or something. I don't know, whatever. Right? So whatever it is, they avoid eye contact, pretending like they do not know what was going on. the small of the country playing the character. He turns left and then looks up on him over eye contact. I'm going to show myself that. Finally, not show myself again. You guys think I don't know what you're doing? So share it because if you guys follow shows you have your plans, what you're doing, I know what you're doing. You have a Balmach Shabbos, read for the camp. Like the Balmach Shabbos, Koshbach will come and exact punishment from you. Miyad, Boga, Bial, the Chassan, the Karko, we makes is intense story. Now, that we are killed and literally again killed all of the Rabbanim. Right, killed all of the Rabbanim. Now, I have this little punishment, point of view is retribution. Now, I can't understand. Why did Rabbanim not getting involved in this? I'm not getting involved in this. They were scared of Ghana. They were scared of Ghana. In other words, the king was putting you on a spot like this, essentially between the king and the Archbishop. That is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. So they just tried to avoid it. Also, Sha'anu, Melech, Rabbanim also remained limited. So in that moment, they made the new law. Kings do not get tried and are not part of the court system. Which I will say, if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because it's so incredibly difficult ultimately for a melech to be tried now. What does that mean? That a king is totally above the law, that he can do whatever he wants? No, we're going to discuss this. So just I want to point out over here how there is this fascinating distinction between Malchei Yisrael and Malchei David. So the Davidic kings are subject to the legal system, so it's only apparently kings Malchei Yisrael who are not. Again, what responsibility a king has to a judicial system? Where's the Shamosi? The whole bit is not the so the halacha is that we don't do chalitza. Like there's no chalitza. There's no chalitza. The king doesn't do chalitza, and he don't do chalitza with his wife. So the Gemara says as follows: meaning that even if he's married to a nasi, right? He's no on his double against his honor, so it's forgiven. Now that Shemach Akbar, they told him a king is not permitted to forgive his honor. Shnei Amar Shom Chashem Alach Amelach Shekei Emascha Alecha. And ultimately, again, the reverence must be upon you. Must be upon you. So the Gemara says, good. So the Gemara says, okay, a mitzvah is different. So even though you're right, even when normally again the king halacha or ma'isa cannot be mochel on his covenant, but for the performance of a mitzvah is something. The aim no sin. You cannot. So again, lashon of the Mishnah over here was ain no sin. Let's go ahead and maybe I'm going to just clarify that previous one. So according to that Yehuda said that the king wants to do chalitza or wants to do even he's allowed to. So the Gemara says, how could he do that? Isn't that compromising his dignity? For a mitzvah is different. Fine. Next. You cannot marry the widow of the king. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, So it says Rabbi Yehuda talking about women who are roitin from the Beis Hanalach. Who is that? Meirav and Michal. So it says David and Hanalach, who married Meirav and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. We're going to talk a lot more about that. Shaul is the Midrash Rabbi Yossi. How was David married two sisters, right, while they were both alive? That's awesome. And Michal after Misas Meirav Yosa. No. David married Michal after Meirav died. So in other words, he was married to two sisters, but never at the same time. And Rishon and Kach all married Kiddushin, Taos, Haylam, and Meirav. In fact, David was really never married to Meirav. It was called Kiddushin, Taos, mistakenly Kiddushin. What happened? Moses is a fascinating story. First on the intermediate one, Shnei today it's Ishtietz Michal Sharasti Libemer Arnos Pushkin. So David Amalek says to Shaul, give me my wife Meirav, who I betrothed to, because of the 100 Philistine foreskins that I gave you. That right now, so what's my Tanuda? What's this term with Michal that we're talking about here? I'm going to talk about Michal Ishti V'lo Meirav Ishti. So he's saying, the Papa said that David Amalek was saying, Michal is my wife, and Meirav is not my wife. Now what's the pshat? My kiddush, so the Gemara says, my kiddush tos. So what does it mean? Ultimately, when the Gemara says that Meirav was kiddush tos, right? So he married Meirav and it wasn't really a real marriage. And the marriage to Michal was a real marriage. What's the pshat? So says this is by Goliath, by Goliath. So Shaul says, remember, no one could defeat Goliath. So Shaul says, whoever could defeat Goliath, I will go ahead and reward him with great riches. Right? And also, my daughter. Right? Also, my daughter's hand in marriage. Meirab's hand in marriage. Also, Kaklai. So ultimately, again, David kills Goliath. And therefore, again, Arlo, nobody's Ligaboy. So what happens? This is fascinating. So now, watch this. So now David is entitled to marry Meirav, and Shaul owes him money. So David, so to speak, forgives the loan, right? Shaul owes him money. David forgives the loan and says again that should count as the kiddushin. And once again, let's tell the Mekadosh Benova Ena Mikudeshes. Ultimately, again, if you're Mekadosh with the loan, because of loan forgiveness does not work for Kedushin. Right? For Kedushin, you have to actually give us an item of value. Loan forgiveness is not an effective form of Kedushin. So Shaul gives Meirav in a Zertzlazio. So it's case as Meirav Shaul. Amalei, he bought the Echim Lacham Michal. Then Shaul says to David, if you want, I have another daughter, Michal. I'll give her to you in marriage. You isolate me on those Christians. Okay, you know what? Here's the deal. Bring me 100 Philistine foreskins. Usually a red flag that your father-in-law dynamics. Right? And I was like, so go ahead and bring me 100 or kill a bunch of Christians. And bring it to me. I see like some guy on a question. I don't know, you move the truth of this stuff, Gabbai. So what happens? So now Shaul said like this. Now there's two things, right? There's the Novak, there's the loan. And there's still David from the killing of Goliath. And let's call that the armies are with a Puta. So now there's a loan and there's a Puta. So Shaul said, no Puta Gaita Nova. So Shaul assumed that David's intention was to effect the issue with the Nova, with the loan. That still doesn't work. So David said, Nova Puta Gaita Puta. So David said, no, my dance is on the Puta, and that's why I mean Shaul, but also the tradition of Michal wasn't good. But just like the tradition of Michal was good. He was saying, you put it on the Nova Puta Gaita Puta. And we're not maybe everyone agrees that when there's a loan and there's a Puta, the dance is on the Puta. So Shaul suffered no possible immunity. So Shaul thought that the foreskin, the armos, they were nothing. David suffered because of the Kalbi Bishul. Ultimately, again, if David said, the armor is something, because they're going to be given animals, and no problem. It's worth at least 8 feet. I just apologize. Let's stop a few minutes. So we're going to stop over there for today. We're perfectly on track. Do not look ahead. Don't look ahead. We're finding your session. Going to get started on the side. Tremendous beginning of the week. Everyone's going to have a great day, everyone.
Dude, all these kids with these issues jumping to trans and confused about their pronouns. How's all this going? It's not working when all this was in here. Wait, where is all? Wait. Why? Because 32%, like a lot of measures of teenage girls report having thought about suicide. That's not normal. Social media. But it's not just social media, dude.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. We thank our Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alina Ritova, Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, that is Sheldon Steinmetz, Alav Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben Ben Shimon Zifon the Bracha. In honor of his Shom Shtav and Aliyah, she had nearly Yosha for his children, grandchildren, 934 grandchildren. Sending Masa Ashes in memory of their parents, Woodward Steeple, Yitzchak Reed, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Steeple, Sarah Rachel Bachar, Avram Kinga Estes, and Kinga Bas Hanachayim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant McCullion, and Gordon Shimi Kongolo, Darren Barrow, and Gazan Earth Canada, 2022. Holy Coffee Talik, the dedicated singing birthday this month in memory of Paul's sister, Leah Bas Shmuel, and Yasmin, Shiranis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zakaria. A week of learning sponsors, Bartner Rina Gubin, in honor of the upcoming passing of their daughter Sophie, Zevi Granat, and Yaka Sam, which will take place this evening. The Shah Tova Umet Lachas, the Manzo Tafsir, the Jewish family, plus in Hours of the Dog and Sons of Job, opinion at the Ad Mazel Tov. I got no sponsors for today. Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the source of the continuing ritual. Coach Shulanis Hannah Bas Susha, as well as Matt and Diane Marks, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Meherina Dubin on the upcoming subject brother Sophie, Zevi, Grenade, Ezra, England, Mountain Club against the Customer Palo. Yes, Hashem, which is Zoka, stand under the Kubica, over the top. Yo, a bingham. Go to home, that America from the school with Mazel Bracha, Simcha, Kedusha, Aneva, and Shannon Thomas. All of them are Shannon Shav and Aliyah. All those who need a report, Shabbat, together, Kol, Kol, Lady, Son, to Shabbat, to do, Shabbat, Sorry, troubles upon all of God's troubles. So with that, let us begin a really exciting dance ahead of us today. Today's dance is on Bridge 72. We left off on Ayin Aleph on the date 71b. We left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own sentence. But so again, the lot is Surah Hanoi. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71b. So remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's classes, we focused on this idea that there are two Mishnahs. There's a Mishnah in the second Sfachim, which is the Mishnah that we had on Ayin on the days, onto Ayin Aleph, and onto Ayin Aleph on the days. The first Mishnah is Mishnah and then Mishnah in Mishnah Shmula. Now, both of those Mishnahs seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is whenever you have a prohibited animal that gets mixed into a mixture, ultimately, again, the prohibited animal is not muscle, it is not nullified, and again, when you get worse than the channels, and as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately, again, what's unfolding. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why do I need this? Why do I need what seems to be the same Mishnah twice? So essentially, the answer that the Gemara was giving was that Halach Lamai, the Mishnah is that which is what when the Mishnah says Shura.
But I put in a lot of paycheck, put in a lot of time, and I've been really transparent since day one. And so because of all the burns and the lockups and the liquidity that exists today, like only less than 60% of our actual current supply is actually in circulation. Currently we sit around the 90K market cap, and it's really, really crazy how solid the foundation of the base is. You can go back, there's very few sales. Every day we buy our coffee and kind of just we prop ourselves up and we're waiting for, the right moment to strike, and when the iron's hot, we're going to strike. We've also been extremely tested. We've had day one whales. I had somebody buy 5 Solana. One of the first 10 buys when we were on Pump Fund. Somebody bought 5 Solana. They had over 10% of the supply. I thought it was a good thing. This is my first ever launch, so I was super excited about it. But then I was losing sleep over. I was worried about waking up the next day and having this massive dump off and pressure to produce everything that I needed to do in a short time frame. Otherwise, this person was going to sell. I made an over-the-counter deal with this person and bought all their, not all their supply, but I paid them all their initial investment back. Left them with a bag, and they promised not to sell it. And then within 12 hours, they sold it and nuked us. These are at smaller market caps. And then I also had a close friend who I've known for 15 years, who the community got to know. And a lot of them can speak on it, but it's water under the bridge at this point. But this person sold over 100 million tokens, nuked us 30-40% on the chart in one single go, and lied about all of it. All of it said they were hacked. I know they weren't. I know this person personally, and I know that that's not the case. But even in all these times, Yeah, but you put something up top there. I see it. Then cool. I'll check you out. And I couldn't find a contract address. We'll look at your profile where we're something down in the career. I got some time. I just started looking a couple seconds ago. So either way, man, you know, check me out. I got it. I was telling you, I was expecting that. I was like, what the hell? What the hell are we doing here? Let's go. Let's go. Let's get on it. Let's go. I'm happy. I was I'm definitely don't know about Solana, especially if you're talking about the ticker being an original ticker. You know, Solana is very hard to do. You have to do a lot of deep dive, and sometimes you can't get something that's really full to anything if you really want something good. So, did that. Definitely, some good ones. You definitely got to know the bed behind it. Ready to build like you're talking about. Definitely there. So, that's definitely one of the most important things too, to kind of get a little bit in there and follow, see what you're talking about. So, I'm glad to have you up here, man. I like the energy. Definitely. It's made my day. What can I say? I'm speechless down there. Yeah, you're funny. You're howling. You're like, check me out. You're like, today, baby. Okay, yeah, just get it forever now. Don't talk about my yet. He needs to get up here if you want to know my lunch today. That's how it goes. So I can come up on the stage. I always late for your brother as well. You know, we're having a late night space today. You, me, and everyone else in Europe. And pineapple crust. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm a vegan. Everyone knows me, by the way. I'm quite an interesting person. One might think, but that's for another time. If you want to know about me, you better find out some other way. I see Rabbi is he's curious, but first depth token or depth profile. Obviously, this is do your research. They do a lot of community events. Gonna be on Thursdays, poker on Saturday. Feel free to participate in. Just an easy way to get game nights. Yeah, we do game nights on Monday as well in Discord. A lot of fun. It's not. It's a lot of feminine energy, which I think that not a lot of people give. The females enough. And we have a lot of that. A lot of women in our space. A lot of women in our token, and they really do bring the heat. And they're not just nice, man. They can get mean. I want to know what's that with that. But just check us out. There's a schedule on our pin post on my page. And if you just want to swing by a couple spaces and get the feel for yourself, we rarely get turned down. I think a lot of people can resonate with the people in it and can find a home. So that's what we're all about. It's been a long journey, and it'll be a long, fun rise to the top. That's all I can say. Yeah, I would add everybody in here, like even my money. There's so many people in here. There's a lot of ninja debt holders because I like to go into spaces and find really awesome people and send them some of the tokens so that they're future millionaires and we get to hang out together. And that's kind of how I find a lot of our community is just like lurking around and finding awesome people. And I'm very grateful to have all this community around me because I'm not very used to being like here on platforms and social media and all that. And on that, like, it's pretty funny because Rabbi is like the opposite of what I am because I don't carry around a phone and I don't stream or talk to people or do that. And he struck out to me because he has like 24/7. It's crazy. I'm not like shilling for him. It's just he's in the deaf community too. So when I see a deaf member, I'm like, I'm going to shill for you because that's how I work.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet, I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams on YouTube 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. View these streams. The link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We invite you to come join us. We have over 2,500 people in the community and grow stronger every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help Earth through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's one of the OG meme coins. The ticker's Bitcoin. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm going to add the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to get drinkable. If you're a guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to have a positive view on the world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. Importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Yes, I have you, bro. I like you, and you treat yourself in a positive manner, and we appreciate that for sure. But just get back to that a bit. I didn't hear that you're a percent token on your own. So I just want to know how do you make people independent, financially free?
Yes, certainly. So that's a four-tier process, essentially. The first is through the data. I have more data archived than any person ever. The plan is once I go viral, we're going to take all of the money that we're going to monetize from that, put it in a 501c3, basically a not-for-profit trust. And we're going to go through anyone who has been in a space with me or helped me along the way over the last 4 years. We're going to give them money. Then what we're going to do, I also have more social media than any person ever. We're going to monetize that. So we're going to make sure we put those funds, same trust. Additionally, since right now I do endorsements for cryptocurrencies, which is fine, but it's going to be much more lucrative when I'm able to do it for Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan Chase and Honda and those types of companies. We're going to take that money, put it into the trust, and then finally, through cryptocurrency, basically, once I have the attention of the world, anything that I touch will turn to gold. And especially in terms of cryptocurrencies, and people will essentially want to ape into whatever it is we promote. So through that four-tier process, I feel as if there may be the opportunity to bring financial freedom to everyone here.
Nice, bro. I like your cockiness and the same time positivity. So he's cool as welcome. Energy is nice. We head over to Wally. Do you have anything for Rabbi? Hey, what's going on, man? I appreciate you coming here, hanging out. Hey, I just touch. Some things are good, some things are bad. But anything is possible this week, especially when you have as much data like you're saying. Anything is possible. You can do a lot of things. We've been around for a while. I'm surprised that people really like being it out now already. So we got
you for your kind words. I appreciate it.
Nice. Yes, do you have anything for Rabbi? Nice. All you need to know, Jessica, is that he's been in the space now, so when he gets rich, he gives us money. That's all you need to know. And space too. Yeah, it's recorded. It's recorded. I heard it. No, but good to have you here, Rabbi, and good to have you on the space. Good to have you on the stage. A bit different, you know, and I like that too. We need some variety and some spread. So I like what you bring to the table. So thank you for pulling up. Thank you for sticking around and for the chill. It's lovely to have you. So with that being said, we move on to Money Miller. Let's get this space running because we are getting full. It's a good space. I want to thank everyone in the audience as well. Continue to share, engage on the space. Let's get this popping. Let's get the price on the, everyone here. Give everyone the time they put in here for us. They come here, they wait in line. For those people who don't know the spaces, we can still go in order that I pull up people. I'm a fair person. And I know also that we will go back to Corey and Katarina a little bit because they didn't really have any stage time. But I want to get to some.
I keep saying tiered when I mean to say. That's correct. GM, shout out to my man Chi Boy. I'm really proud of you, my friend. Great space. You're growing every day. If you're following Chi Boy and the speakers and hosts, please do. I'm just gonna drop some simple alpha on people. Many of you know these techniques already, but if you don't, uh, just want to keep you safe. If you are in Web3, If you don't know what that means, it's essentially the decentralized platform of the internet, moving away from Web 2, which is more like social media, and Web 1, which is basic websites. If you don't have a crypto wallet, you need one. And when you create your crypto wallet, you're going to have the option to get seed phrase and write down the seed phrase. It's very imperative that you write down your seed phrase. Do not save your seed phrase on an electronic device. It's too easy for that device to get hacked or you to lose access to that seed phrase and you lose access to your wallet. We don't want that to happen to you. Additionally, you never want to share your seed phrase with anyone else, even if it's a friend, even if it's a member of your community. That's basically giving them the keys to your wallet and don't want to do that either. Another thing that I advise is that you regularly back up your phone. Many of us rely on our phones, and if we lose our phone, we're going to lose all the data, we're going to lose all the apps, we're going to lose all our photos and everything else that we value so much. Regular backups of your phone and save the backups to the cloud and know that you have access to those backups so that if unfortunately anything ever happens to your device, you don't lose out on all of your previous experience, all of your previous work. Another thing, this something that I think is an interesting tip if you have the ability, if you want to gain followers very relatively quickly, and I can tell you, like I've gained over 1,500 followers in about 3 weeks, which I would say is pretty a pretty good clip, especially without a verified badge. What you can do is go to the for follow spaces, and when you're in there, you of course you follow the people who are in there, but you leave your device on in there overnight or whenever you're sleeping, and when you awake, you're going to have 10, 20, 30 new followers. And you're going to follow those people back, of course. If you do this for a month, you're going to have over 1,000 new followers. It's not always guaranteed, but it is a great way for you to be able to increase your network. And as they say, your network is your net worth, and we want to be able for you to grow as quickly as possible. So with that, that's just some alpha that I wanted to drop. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rabbi. One thing that he was teaching you guys is not to keep your money on centralized exchanges because they have backdoor mechanisms where your money can be swallowed. So what he said is DeFi, decentralized exchange or decentralized wallet. They even have a cold storage wallet where you can pull it off chain. That's what I use. It's called Decent. It's actually called Decent. You spell it DECENT. It actually takes a thumbprint for you to be able to transfer your money. Nobody can just get in and take nothing from you because it takes my thumbprint to verify the transaction. And there's a numerous amounts of different ones, Tangent Wallet, Ledger. But Ledger, I heard they built a backdoor mechanism also, so that's why I have one. I swapped all my stuff from there. Because I'm not going to do any backdoors. So, yeah, there's tons of them. And I would also tell you guys, if you're thinking about a cold storage, do not ever get a second-hand cold storage because just like he told you, seed phrases are the keys to your kingdom. Don't go to a third party. Go to the actual companies.com, Tangent, Decent, whatever I'm telling you, if you're looking to get into cold storage because my Decent wallet will also have a credit card so I can swipe it and use it if I put my money in USDC. So it's or Bitcoin or Ethereum because they're starting to put those in stores, those ATM machines. So like you said, these are ways to keep your money safe. Don't ever share your secrets. Thank you, Rabbi.
Excellent advice. Thank you. Oh, Prizzy, you know I'm never going to hesitate to do that. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and what do I want to make you, your friends, your family financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike the ones you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to check out these cameras, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in the pinned post. You're also going to find in my pinned post a link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Not the link tree, but I do because I have media than any person. I have more than any person ever. You will also get a link to my Discord with discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our community. We have over 2,500 people there and grow stronger every day. In addition to me, you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored currency that's worth about $100. And one of the things that we do is we build well and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program and most importantly, desalination technology where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Schiller Raider, if you're a Web3 marketer and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Oh, I will follow you back. You all to know that I'm here to support you personally and professionally. I am here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, Chi boy. I'm really proud of you. You are growing every day. You're becoming a better marketer, a better host, and just all in all, power on Twitter Spaces. You should be very proud of yourself. You're growing very quickly, my man. Pretty soon, they're going to rename the app after you, Chi boy. What does that mean? No one knows. Something to do. Why? Money Miller. Damn. Shit, perfect for me, and I like you. Oh, drop on. That's it. She would drop me. Yeah. My butthole's puckered. Chicken crypto. What the fuck is that? Market Taco. Examine the problem. The real replacement. I guess. Emergency man city leaders to beverage kitchen. No one has it. The streamers to light. Patriots and Pacific Northwest. Really? Whatevs. Official top step. GPK.
Different techniques and different tools that they use to spray paint planets and give it different. Yeah, it's amazing. I want to do a negative. Bro, that's amazing. It looks really cool. I always wanted to mess with like airbrush and stuff like that. Still haven't done it, but it's appealing to me. It's something I would love to do.
Oh yeah, like this set them up.
Like airbrush stuff. It's cool. I always wanted to do that. It's really cool. I have a bunch of people do that. This week that Vicky is an assassin with fun. But she helped me with my Phalian art, my text that I used. I had a different text on there, and I showed Vicky what I was coming up with. She knows it was like that. That should be a t-shirt. Right, is it maybe I'll just touch the original poster paper over and have the exact weight of the paper it's printed on as well. Just smells it. Definitely, that's hilarious. Yeah, as she was on fire with her font knowledge this week. It was pretty impressive, I must say. But helpful, very helpful. You're like, what are you a comic fan for every goddamn thing? She's good. She's a good one. Danny, how are you doing over there, man? Chilling, bro. Just been chilling. You know, like, same thing with everybody. I feel like the whole week it's kind of been like a whole weird week. But yeah, I'm just happy to have like a shorter week. But I'm glad to have like the holiday, I guess. It'll be cool to see the family. I'm excited to see everybody. Yeah, by the way, people who are leaving really cool art in our chat, so thank you for that. That's, I think it's our job. It's not, or is it just my post? Thank you for leaving awesome art everywhere. People, I appreciate it a lot. It looks awesome. Yeah, so what's everybody doing for Thanksgiving Day? You're going to be with the fam? Can I just ask you, can you explain what Thanksgiving is? Just it's British person over here. Oh yeah, it's just all you land from Indians, basically. Basically, they celebrated when they worked out the indigenous people. I think that's absolutely it's whenever you go kick all the pilgrims out, they say, get the fuck out of here because you won't bow down to the king. So they're like, okay, well, fuck that. We're going to come over here. And then they just started slaughtering a whole bunch of people. And we celebrated building the chip again. And I was trying to explain this to my Brazilian girlfriend. Oh, they were best friends, and they were like hanging out, telling jokes, laughing. It's not how it goes. There's a lot of things that I think need to be brought back into question a little bit from when I went to school and history's retelling of things, I'm sure. Unfortunately, history is written by the victors, so. Yeah, exactly. It's not the whole unicorns and rainbows, unfortunately. We like to make America like the Avengers of all of history, which is not. Always Captain America, apparently. He's like my least favorite hero, let me just say that. Captain America? Hold on. Captain America versus. Is it because he's Captain America, or is it because he's I wanted to know because he is not that great, honestly. I'm not what does it mean to like, it's like I'm more of a Batman, like maybe it's like to be a real man. I know it's like the superhero-y kind of vibe. Superman, Superman, Superman hates. He's really dick. He's too much like the football, like the quarterback of the football team in high school that everybody liked to be cool. I always certainly in a class kind of guy. A little bit. Like I tried to read the Batman Dark Metal. Because Superman did it so much, I have seen it. So I was like, I'm liking the dark shit. I'm liking the Batman stuff. Superman, you get on my nerves. I'm gonna have to read the comic there. Yeah, Superman's a little much. He's too long. That way to go. I did change my mind after that New York tour. We did. And I heard the story about the Complex Plan and the radio show and all that. It did make me feel different about the comic characters. I will say that the new movie that they made, the new Superman movie, I don't know if you've seen it, was good. And it humanizes him a lot. Well, I think it's like more so what he deals with. It's not the main plot point of the movie, but essentially is an alien, right? So he's absolutely. Yeah, he is moving to be for a superhero. Sorry to sidetrack the conversation. Yeah, no, we don't have to. It's very controversial to talk about Thanksgiving. I feel like ridiculous holiday. I was interested, obviously, it's not something we have over here. And, we do silly things like celebrate Why Night, which is, essentially a plot to destroy the government. We celebrate it. Is that the week for Vendetta story? I think I'm making that up. Is that the week for Vendetta story? Kind of, sort of. Is that right? Yeah, remember the list of pounded trees and plants. That's real. Did you know that was even real? That's real. That's awesome. Guy Fawkes, he went into the Parliament planting dynamite was going to blow up Parliament, and he failed, basically. So we then build effigies of him, stick him on a bonfire, and now fireworks. It's great. Do that every year. That's pretty damn interesting. A really neat story, real quick, about that is whenever he made Alan Watts. I think not Alan Watts, but he's the guy that wrote V for Vendetta. He's like a big wizard. He's convinced that everything he writes down comes true. So he started that with the Guy Fawkes mask and all that, and now you have like Anonymous wearing the mask and all that shit. So that's kind of right here. That part. Was it Grant Morrison? Is that the dude who did Watchmen as well? Or did V for Vendetta? I'm making things up. Yes, it is Watchmen. It's Alan Moore. Alan Moore. Yeah, I got the book right there. Alan Moore that guy is off the fucking rails. He's got that big beard. He's a wizard. He's like self-proclaimed himself as a wizard. And whenever he writes or draws his stories, they come true because he's psychotic, but he makes really good art. Yeah, I think, he's definitely a crazy person, but makes great stories and art. He writes those stories too. He wrote Watchmen and V for Vendetta, right? As far as Yeah, and he also invented Swamp Thing too for DC. Swamp Thing was cool. I didn't read that. Yeah, they're making a movie of that. I think the movie is part of the new relaunch of the DC universe that they're doing with James Gunn. So they're going to make a Swamp Thing for sure, which would be really cool. Okay, let's go to Rabbi Rothschild. You can correct me. I'm sorry. How are you?
Lovely. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. When possible, may I please share my project?
You sure can.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. Excellent. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you aren't already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. My friend, I agree. You can watch my life in 360. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view cameras, you can. Absolutely. Please finish. I'll answer all of your questions. If you look at my pinned post, you can find a link to all of my cameras. Additionally, it's in my profile. You're also going to find my link tree there. My link tree is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Please let me finish, and then you can comment anything that you want. I appreciate it. I dare you to look at my. I dare you to look at my link tree. Steve, you suck. Creepy Steve, if you're gonna let people show, you have to let them talk. You can't comment on every fucking sentence. And we aren't gonna help you in the future, Creepy Steve. People will be like, man, I'm glad I wasn't friends with Creepy Steve because that guy doesn't let anybody talk. I like how everyone who's into me, they're all recorded, and people are gonna be like, abandoning them because they made a mistake in Twitter Spaces. Yep, because this shows a reflection on their greater person that they feel that they have to say is so important they won't let people finish. That's great. You want to ask questions as well. Let me finish. I mean, I don't understand. That's like if you're gonna put chill in there, that you said. If you're gonna host this, in pitch. Yo, numbers, you speak two pitches. Let's get to the pitcher.
real-time market scanner, AI-powered analysis, auto-trade strategies, advanced analysis tools, and chat assistants. And this is essentially automating and creating an augmentation of what you can do in terms of your strategy in investing. And what that looks like is essentially giving you a lot of different tools for you to increase the potential of you winning in the space because it's changed. I'm going to have the same pitch if you heard me from last week. I'm going to say the same thing because I suddenly believe that these topics that we talk about in terms of going to market, for example, the factory projects that we had in 2021 compared to the projects that we have now, thousands of projects being produced every day, really changes the playing field. So, with that being said, it's a lot harder to use a lot of manual things like putting in the contract to check to see if it's a value bought, or to see what the liquidity is, or see if you have bundles involved in each project. So, JBI has essentially put together a number of utilities that he's produced that are operational now that will assist you in improving your potential. It's not going to improve you unless you improve how you invest. Let me explain that. So it's better to do your self-investment, your research when it comes to investing. What that means is that you need to educate yourself on the chart, understanding not to invest emotionally, and kind of to complement that in terms of the training AI is the training academy that they have. So before I get into that, let me go ahead and break down some of these features that you provide for training AI. You have token scanning, you have manual trading, you have order tracing. And what that means is very briefly is that you can go in and practice your strategy without using any keys. You have access to Trade Academy, and their subscriptions in terms of not subscriptions, but just a small amount of tokens that you have to buy to let you access some of these features. Token scanning, manual trading, order tracing, and those are free. When you get into access to Trading Academy, it requires 350 tokens. You have the trading channel, top wallet signals. We have basic trading strategies that kind of gives you a template on how you can engage in tokens that you receive. Low signals, high signals, medium signals, agent signals, double low signals, golden signals, almost high signals. Essentially, you're getting everything you need potentially to invest without going out there and finding all these platforms, utilities, products out there to help you invest a little bit better. You're getting signals 24/7 on token behavior modeled projects that come out. They're screened for honeypots, they're screened for your risk profile, whether you're high risk, low risk, or medium risk. You're also availing yourself to AI agents in addition to auto trading, simulating, in addition to trading automation on the main net. You have access to AI agents.
How are you?
You can put out through what they call a smell of investment strategies that are already created internally. And what this really means is that you can say, hey, okay, this is the type of investor I am. I'm an investor that is willing to invest $50 into something at a very low risk. Once it gets to 20%, it'll cash out half your money. If it drops down, it'll DC 50% of additional money that you have in your wallet. For example, also, you may have something where you need to cash it out at a Forex, and that's it. So these templates are trade underscore AI. That's the Twitter account. Also, make sure you jump into the website, which is outtrade.ai. And it breaks down a lot of these utilities. I don't want to explain too much because I want you to do your own research. It's easy to listen to people talk because they can say anything they want in terms of how great a product is, but you really have to understand the use for yourself for you to truly internalize what value it has for you. So I definitely suggest this for each and every person that is here now, that's been here last week, and anybody else that you invite to choose Vigilance. Jump in and check out optree.ai because it's essential for you to be able to change with the market. I believe that you're at a disadvantage if you're still out there doing things manually, trading manually, looking at projects that you may listen to your friends and say, hey, have you heard about this? Or, some advertising of a project that's having a pre-sale. What you can do is get signals that have been screened that works off of the behavior modeling system.
Are you fucking serious?
These things would be essential for you. And this is just an education, it's not financial advice. As Joe always puts out his disclaimer, you have to really do your own research and understand that I'm going to be here week after week talking about Opportunity because it is a project and a product and a developer in a community that can increase your potential just by being in the room with people that understand technical analysis, having these utilities at your fingertips that can do your trading for you 24/7. It's not like a human being that's trained for you 24/7 as long as your strategy is set up to be that way. It will do it for you. And one thing I can say is that if you're new to crypto, use the auto trade simulator to understand how your strategy can work for you in this community. Oh, no, I just want to let you know you got about 30 seconds left. I'm done, man. That's it. If anybody has any questions, feel free, man. Make sure you follow Joe, Pat, New Money, M Network, OpTrade.ai, OpTrade_AI, Twitter. And I appreciate the time, man. And Network, thank you for jumping up here. Make sure you guys are checking out OpTrade AI. It doesn't hurt to have more tools in your tool belt at all times. Try and make more money in these markets, especially if you're any type of new trader or looking, for just more groundwork in the market, or maybe you're just looking for a base to start learning how to trade, things like that. This is a great platform to have over OpTrade AI. It's multi-chain, so not one chain really you're built on. It's got all the main ones, or you're trying to trade on. It's got all the main ones, and not be trading bot, trading paper, trading all the good stuff. Make sure you guys are checking it out. And Network, I appreciate you for jumping up here. We do gotta keep things rolling along, however. So make sure you drop something down in the comments. We'll just pin something up top, and then we're gonna take things on over to Tribe Called Rex, and then I believe Mose and Callaway right afterwards. Hopefully he's got some songs for us. If not, I'll go take things in and they'll play some music afterwards. But for now, Tribe Called Rex, the floor is yours. What you got for us? Finally made it to a space. No, thanks, Ian. Thank you for giving us a shout out. Reaching out to so many different teams over the week to come on and spend everyone's doing in the space. So that's really good. You've got there where you find just relevant effective as to your research. Again, it's you guys. It is a redness. It makes me lose my hair, but I appreciate you glad about it comes in the final product is great. And thank you for being with us, high quality projects. And why don't you tell everybody about it? Yeah, just make me come to your house. It's there's a post up there. There's a question at the end which people can reply to. So yes, but that will be from Swiss. NFT business. A really solid community behind. And that's just absolutely awesome. So set up items on off, segments a day to do transaction and your NFT upgrade. So quite novel, quite unique, quite fresh, and something we hope people really can enjoy. So we launched Ethereum, we haven't set up launch date yet. We're not going to launch until it's ready, so we're not going to do the old-fashioned, we mint it, there's a place up there, these are coming to me when they purchase some NFT, but wait for the launch. So that's always been our mindset at the start. Sharon's been registered in Facebook. We've worked on this for 2 years. We're still building every day, so appreciate the time. And any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I have talked to yourself, I have many questions as well, but my question is, so what's sort of like the end goal like here? It's like, are you creating more art, or you just the goal that people will be able to play this in other games, or what's really the main selling points here?
So there's two elements. These are avatars, and some of them are really deal with Come Island. It's both personal and style today. So Rex will be going in there before we launch people's play. So when they into games, our long-term goal is to create an avatar that can be easily swapped in, so one you own, swapped in by. We've spoken to a couple of other companies working on similar stuff like this. So that's our long-term goal. So when it comes to the animation side, the IP, give the IP to virtually limited. So now for holders of virtual trade, they like with their brands, the actual main IP, and they have back to benefit everyone. So every holder will get the big IP deal one talking with a character this quality, we're looking at one cartoon and this thing. So they're on target because this character and characters that we follow will be assailable item that will have so much creativity. So ultimately we've got lots of avenues to go down. And it's a really exciting thing to me. Coming out, ultimately, we want to build an IP user base, do it slowly, quickly over time, and then we have to go to these companies and say, you could put up if you know this is something exciting for me.
Tribe Called Rex, man, that was a beautiful way to wrap things up. Any closing remarks for us? Any call to action for all?
I'd say is, keep following us on our page. Basically, we started this on lots of different clips and things. As we built, we do a space every guys will be Sunday afternoon. Make trips if anyone ever wants to come and ask questions. We do it every week, regardless of market, what's going on. It's just a community space of politics.
Let's go.
And keep watching. Exciting things are coming. We're building something different, but hopefully everyone's going to get to each other.
So thank you, Tribe Called Rex. I do like it myself, an IP player. We're also building on some intellectual property. Thank you guys again. We do gotta keep things rolling on. We're behind schedule here, and I do want to reset the room really quickly. So, movies that I'm curious. Do you have any music you're able to play since the thing? Hey, let's get it. All right, so real quick, before you throw that on, I'm going to throw on this disclaimer. I forgot it like the entire space. You gotta let me know when I feel those off today. That's just great. Now, so I'm ready. What's up?
Question. Everything's right to have the skins on it. So we can go.
Is that for a giveaway?
That's for a giveaway.
There we go. Thank you for clarifying that, Tribe Called Rex. We are going to keep things moving along. Make sure you guys are dropping your thoughts down below. I'm going to play this paper real quick. Just here's basic important information on education.
flex night.
Yeah. So I was going to the Palladium. I was going back to the flex night. You know that.
Oh yeah. Funk Master Flex Night.
Yeah, it's cool.
Are these the tickets?
too much hard, but I really like the Apple pieces, man. Yeah, make sure you have time for any other post reports for good performance.
So,
Appreciate you, Mosaic, for jumping up here. Make sure you guys are following Mosaic Callaway. Make sure to tag you in spaces as well. So I'm pretty sure I gotta add you to my list of people. But thank you, Mosaic. I love supporting the web great artists up here. Is there parts you throw other thumbs down on other artists? I don't know. You're gonna have your beer come Soulless, heartless. I respect the honesty now. Keep it up, man. So I love the love. We're gonna keep things moving. We had Diamond Z Chain up next, and then Spare Parts Universe for this slot where I'm just slightly behind you. So I'm gonna log. I'm gonna be at the next time slot. We'll see if we can get it. We're looking for first and internet next. But right now we got Diamond Z Chain. The floor is yours, man. Super glad we can finally get you on space. What you have for us today?
Stretching things out, balancing things off, making sure that all the pieces connect so that we can have, pretty decent low blockchain. So we got Diamond Z Chain, which is a part of Diamond Shadow Voice, which is a part of Diamond Shadow Gaming development. So we are essentially a S corporation, C corporation, operated in Delaware. We're set up on Arbitrum 3, Arbitrum 1, but we are layered to be blockchain running with as our infrastructure, and also partnering with a lot of infrastructure dudes, making stuff happen. We're essentially working towards making the blockchain more accessible and more fun for newbies, for armies, and for people who actually really are into content creation. So I'm a filmmaker, and I'm a master in film. I have to film on Amazon Prime Video or IMDb. I've worked on a bunch of different productions. I have a bunch of friends that's involved in the same type of stuff. And my thing was always, it didn't seem like there was a real space for us in memory. Like, of course, you got your chillers, you got your AOL, you got people like that. But in terms of real content creation, it's kind of scary. So we came up with an idea to essentially, we got this site that we created. That's on our blockchain. So we can launch it soon. You can check it out. It's called Crabby. You can go to the website, CrabbyTV.com. Essentially, what it is it's like a stream
TikTok side and on the crypto side. We also have upload videos and film. So like if you have a web series or if you have like a film, like a 1 hour, 2 hour film, you can upload it to cast your poster, all that kind of cool stuff. And it'll be in the preview section. And we're going to a model where essentially once we get enough people watching, that they'll pay a little subscription fee, $2.99 something, and then you can pay more for content also. So we'll set it up where you can put like $5 USDC or $10 a month to view a episode of your production, music video or anything. They can even go live and make it where you can totally like a one-on-one, like 5-on-1 interaction with your fans, like buy this NFT and you'll be able to open up and access a lot directly with like ETS. Depends on what you're doing, what your type of lifestyle is. But that's one of the ideas that we have for our blockchain. There's a lot of cool stuff we got going on, things like that. But it's catered to the content creators. We also did like a Kickstarter for you, a Kickstarter for some makers, but it's super cool. So I'm not gonna go too crazy into all that. I just want to give you an out. It's right again. PrivateTV.com. Private tokens coming next. And like I said, we are layer 3 blockchain. Buildable arbitral funds. So there's all kinds of rewards and benefits for getting in early with us. We have projects that we're working on and projects that are working with us. This is one of the projects that we're part of. There's another project we're working on also which is kind of a wild game, but that's for another day. But check us out. Come to my link. Come to the Telegram. Go to privatetv.com. Sign up. You can sign up. You can become a instant creating. You have 4,000 hours and 1,000 followers and all that kind of stuff. With all the rules to get your money. You can get it right away. So you people believe. And they want to send you tips. Obviously, you can take 3% of everything that sells. So you gotta make a little money too. But yeah, we got NFC marketplace on there. We don't know but it's there. But yeah, check us out, man. Let us know. Send us up to stuff. Always coming. Always making something for the creators. Hey, Diamond Teacher, I appreciate you guys for jumping up here. We're going to have to talk about that. But that's a conversation for another day. I guess my question for you guys is, why the other chain? Why do you need the layer 3 of the I guess I do it. Essentially, there are a lot of chains out there that's doing
Now I went and worked out with Dakota Shepley, who was playing for the Cowboys, I think the Eagles. Did some time in the NFL center for the Cowboys. Got some play time, 305, handsome fella. And he took, there he is, handsome kid. Oh yeah, great guy, love it. And college ball engine. Just one of those giant dudes, 36-inch vertical lean and all that stuff. Freak. Great like British Columbia. Oh Oh yeah, the first NFL guy to come out of the University of British Columbia. First guy. Canadian, hilarious. So, either way, oh yeah, I was took us to the ultimate meathead gym, me and Nick Simmons, my boy Nick Collins, and get that stuff. It was just a real bodybuilding gym. I mean, it ain't like they're just using sleep. They're not just sleeping and eating well. They're sleeping. They're sleeping. They're eating well. Got some miracle growing cornflakes everywhere.
Where was that? In Plano?
That was in Plano, Texas. Or yeah, that was in Plano. And I think it's called I can't remember what a gym. The ladies. This one gal who won the 2017 strongman powerlifting worlds, just jacked. And we have a lot of mutual friends who came up and said hi. Great gal. And that is where you feel so my type. I was grabbing her arms. I said if she does body work, I told her, my fantasy was more like you're training me and I'm getting bigger, And it was so okay. Well, I'm old now. I'm not shit. I know it's cocky shit. But she's so good. She's super versed in it. Yeah. Come on, bro. Be cool with me. But talk about feeling a little less than you feel like you would you get there. But like, hey, I don't know. Did you anything I can give you that? Did you get off of that at night? I don't want a little bit. You mean like walk me around like a dog? Yeah. I'm not into being dominated, bro. No, it's not my thing. I just appreciate the aesthetic of a woman.
There's no someone that's into big chicks and just wants to like,
but I'm
because the reason you're into it is because she slap you around.
No, man. Come on, I'm not into being slapped around. She's not like that. No, that's not her. She's not. She's she's petite, but muscle really. Yeah, she's small. Like almost like a fitness model. Tattoos.
Jenny, bring her up for God's sake. I'm trying to. What's her name?
One strong. I'm put her on blast. She's great.
They look all rough.
Jessica Power. I know. Jamie Power. Great gal, came with her competitor friend, and just a great gym.
So it's just a really good weekend for as far as
getting strong.
Shit that you're into. Big dudes, big women.
Yeah, but she's just in shape. So listen, go break. You know about these ridge wallets?
Do I ever? My father-in-law, he came in the mail and he jacked it for me. I need to get one because what I have, things are falling out all the time. Plus, I have that Georgia Stanza wallet, dude.
These are made of aluminum, titanium, carbon fiber.
They're slim, they're modern.
They hold 12 cards plus cash, and you just push, and one comes out. It's really easy, man. Once you start using them, you're like, oh, man.
Dude, you can customize it with over 50 color styles. Choose from a bikini and a wall that features every NFL, MLB, or college team. Ooh, I'll tell you right now, great holiday gift. Great holiday gift.
They got a tracker card. They got the Ridge tracker and Illusion wallet, which I always do. You'll know exactly where it is before panic mode second strikes in. Okay, it kicks in. It's like losing your phone when you get that thing. So you got peace of mind for holiday travel, gifting, and the tracker card's unbelievable.
Over 100,000 5-star reviews. People love them.
A huge Black Friday sale. And it's spelled RIDGE.com. You can get 47% off.
Biggest discount they've ever given all year. That's Ridge.com for up to 47% off your order. And the biggest sale of the year. After you purchase, they're going to say, we care about them, let them know. Your boy saying you'll find the kid. That's Ridge.com. Dude, you get 47% off your order. This one?
Probably.
Does any of these girls look familiar?
No.
You could probably go back to because that's like an art name.
Yeah, I broke this pumpkin.
That's got to be her, yeah?
Yeah. Wait, let me see. There she is. Cutie pie.
Thank God we've had her. Yeah, she's super.
Yep. And great gal. And
Okay, so Jesus Christ.
yeah, but more of it's more. I just admire the commitment and the fact that she was the strongest lady in the world at one point. That's cool. Yeah, I love excellence. She's not big though. She's strong. Because daddy ain't that strong, and I guys that are in the strong women, that's what it is. No, I'm not. That's not me. I just appreciate it. It's like it's a white chick saying that I'm into black guys. Are kids like big things. Like, how dare you? No, I like them. It's like, we got no, bro. Anyway, we don't know what it is. No, bro. I don't. The small guy goes, I like big muscular chick. It's like, no, I'm not into being. It's like, I'm an alpha. All right. I like being. That's how that. Well, that's how that movie ends. We don't want that. It starts with you on the ground with your collar on, and then there's the ball gag, and then they're like, all right, yeah, I guess you can kick me in the nuts from the back, and then it turns into. Put on those boots. Put on the dog. Assassins. I just that minute. They just stumble at you. That's like. Yeah, Sasso just sent me a video of just here. Here, Jen. Here's what Sasso sent me. It's the last thing Sasso sent me. Just out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere. Because, you know, he's going to keep me honest. Dude, how about that? I've been getting fighting on merch. Finally. It's all me going to do it, Brandon. You're like, oh, it's great, though. Look at my shirt. He's on sale. Well, not yet, right? When sit on something. I'll keep you posted. I mean, definitely for Black Friday. You get that video? Not yet. Definitely Black Friday. We just got to offer original gray and black. Because the original's gray black. We did offer white black. And this has every kid on the back, too. It's loading. We'll make it available to the Patreon first. Like, I got my MRI scan. Oh, yeah. Got an MRI scan. The wife got an MRI scan. Did you go with Delia? Because Delia did the same thing. No. Because one's separate. Yeah, one's separate. Did Delia, did he reach out to Delia? Literally same guy. I'm assuming you guys miss each other by hours. Seriously? Yeah. Wait, it's on Thursday? It's what Delia sent me. Sorry, it's what Sassa sent me. Sassa goes, hey, this is a game. I said, football, game of inches. That's what are you doing? Watching. He goes, yeah, how about this game of inches? He goes, and I go, what's the point of that? He goes, to get stinky fingers. I said, so, once I guess it's tits, too. Once I guess it's tits, he does. It's just fat. This shit is weird. But this isn't getting me. Some kind of Indian ties. Why is everybody into it? Reverse. Well, this might, you just have like, Indians might think this is like UFC. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, this is some weird shit. It's very sexual. It's a little sexual. Yeah, I guess having a belly is not. Can you imagine being the ref for that? Look at those tits on it. Those are always it's like a little bit rock bottom. A lot of wiggle room and rock bottom. Being a ref for that. There's a coach. That guy coaches. That guy's in the trenches. Wait, so how did your MRI scan? Yeah, I can't believe you checked Delia with that same day. Are you too? You just always like, you know, the scary part is that they'll look at your joints, you know, my spine, my neck good, my brain good. I've had MRIs before. So I know that, you know, I'm good, but then they do the old scanneroo for any kind of a tumor, and they look at the places where it hides. A lot of people, so many people, like, I don't want to do that. I'm like, do it because they'll catch cancers early, which they have in this place. Clearly, you don't. I don't. No, I don't. Yeah, but they just scan the shit out of you. But as they're going with you, they do it right there. So you don't wait for the results. You do your scan, it takes about 45 minutes, and then you're in there with the doctor as they go through I have some micro tears in the old Achilles. He goes, your Achilles sore? I thought they sure are. He goes, yeah, got some micro tears. Be careful. Right? Yeah. Just so you put it on, just you know, all that stuff. But pretty good, man. Good knees, good neck, good back, good brain, all that shit. So, right? Yeah, I guess you do. But the only thing you need is the cancer. Other than that, you can have a little something. Which they've already caught. They've been over 3 months. It's already caught 17 cancers. That's good. But in early stages, they just get that. Thanks, man. You've had it. For what? Just in general, yeah. But I did that and right, the ground. They check for all cancers. How you doing? No, zero. I mean, you would know, man. You would know. Can you imagine? I didn't tell you. Stage 4. Oh my God, can you imagine? I know we suck at communication. Can you imagine? It's like, you deep pancreas, stage 4. Yeah, sometimes, those doctors will get, you'll come in, and a woman will say, I got red pain. It's like, what do you mean red pain? When it's too late, it's especially me, something should happen. All that shit. My lower back, it's radiating to my lower back. What do you mean? It starts here, and then all that shit's good. All that shit's good. Now, sometimes it's not, but other times it's like, dude, he had his last game, and here falls over. Dude, I knew it was pretty good. Falls over. It's an intense schedule. And for you, because you're not traveling, you can take kind of, but they'll get too much off. It's great. There's always Real Housewives. Do you not watch any NFL football? Good games. Damn. Eagles got beat by the Cowboys. I was going to tell you though, the baseball this weekend is in travel ball teams. There's always disgruntled players. So the way it evolves is different. What? Certain dads just doing the coaching or trying to pull their kids. Really? Yeah. And where they put their kids in another travel ball team or something? Yeah. Or start to that kid's not playing enough. Or they just could get money big too, right? No, not usually. But then some they'll cover their expenses, Yeah, it's not because they're that good. Oh yeah. Wow. Wow. Gets competitive. Did you watch the UFC this weekend? Oh, they thought it was on early. I don't mind. Yeah. Where was that? Qatar, right? I could have called the Sorokian thing. I think everyone could. Yeah. I think everyone kind of called the name and go. Yeah. But did that Waldo? Acosta? That motherfucker's a problem. He's had 5 fights in under a year. Just not getting I didn't see that. He's a big problem heavyweight. Really? Yeah. He has 4 fights in calendar year, but I know 5. He's just starting. He just fought this month, too. He has worked out by the time I spoke to him. He's something like that. What's his name? Just to not get dudes out. Just a crazy fucking right now. Imachado Gary, Muhammad. Did you watch it? I didn't see it. Okay, I saw it. Circuit Jamal. But Saul Long. Yes. I just never count one lines. I think he's got such a high fight IQ. Because he's like him. That's a nightmare. Imachado Gary's damage is so good. You knew right away. It's tough, man. It's tough. God is good. Can I ask you, his thing is he's so good. It's kind of like who wants to get beat by Islam. That's your who's going to beat Islam. I don't go through it. There's not a lot of guys that Machado carries a problem for Islam. What do you say? I don't know. I mean, if there's anybody that's going to be able to do something, but what's he going to do? He's not a knockout artist. So his best method of victory is to kick him in the face. Okay, but again, with Islam, it's like, is he Machado Gary going to last 25 minutes with Islam? Well, the thing is, he also seems to be a bit of a counterpuncher, isn't he? He kind of is, he can, you know what I mean? He can do both, but then also, he's going to get pushed against the game. The people go, man, his takedown defense is looking against the wall. Okay, wall's up. I love wall. Or aggressive. Takedown wise. Yeah, it's just a different animal. So, but then again, maybe Machado's has a ball. It's like when was only our first fight. That makes sense. She was wrestling. It wasn't that because he doesn't wrestle in gym wrestling. So it'd be different if you were wrestling. Yeah, that's about it. But what I'm saying is just Makachev can take Machado Gary down. Right? Yeah, height's not a factor. And the problem is, I just don't know what you do. You're not getting up. You're not getting up. Once he's got you down, you're not getting up. Machado might be able to. I talked to Dustin Poirier because we shot something a little bit before. I had such a great week. It was so great. Last week I was with your boy Corey Sandhagen. It was hilarious. Hilarious and awesome and smart. Rose not Eunice. But what did Dustin say? And so Dustin, I was talking to Dustin about fighting both guys, Khabib and Islam. And he was like, dude, I've never felt anything like that. Now, Dustin's seen a lot of books. Dustin has been with serious wrestlers. And at American Top Team, they got Olympians, they got everybody. He said, dude, their feet are like hands. They're going to trip you. You're thinking about this. They're going to trip you. They're going to grab you. And he said his little punch show, he put a hell of a show on them. But Dustin said their strength. It's their strength. And most importantly, when they're on top of you and you've got all your escapes, they're ahead of you. They're just ahead of you. And it's micro adjustments that you're just not even aware of. So there's just no matter how many looks you've seen, who's seen more fights? Dustin's had 53 fights. Dustin in American Top Team. Dustin's top of the food chain in every way. And he's like, there's a limit. There's a limit. They're doing something those guys have done. They figured out something that people haven't. It's a puzzle people haven't solved. Yeah, I think Dustin after that fight even went in and said to Khabib, Islam, he's like, hey, congrats, whatever you guys are doing. Of course, you gotta give it up. Yeah, I don't know. What if you don't get the welterweight division? It's like, Machado Gary deserves it. You look at it, like the no-show Shavkat, he's had so much time off. He's just doesn't make the time. Shavkat injured, or is he injured? He was injured. He was, but now after he fought Machado, he should be ready to go. I'm kind of interested in that. He's been out for a hot second. What do you know what it is? Is it fucking something? Yeah, so he's not getting Ian's wins too. I think the knock on Ian's gonna be he's just not exciting. He just doesn't finish him. But he deserves it. His only loss against Shavkat, and that was when Shavkat was. People thought he walked on water, like, oh shit, that's actually a really good fight. Really good fight. I don't know, man. I think you do it now, though. Yeah. You think that's next? Yeah. If you're the UFC, it's kind of like pick your poison. He at least has a style. But again, if you're not exciting, that's not very exciting fighting. I don't know what the fuck you do. I don't know. Because he go back to the rankings, too. It's either Ian Machado Gary. I think Armand comes up to 7. He's still fighting 55. I just might be looking great. Yeah. Well, after that. Because I think he beats Spear. He's too big. I mean, the only guy I'm saying who speaks that language, that Islam language, is Cerulean, I believe. I mean, I think, right? And we'll see. Let's see what happens with Ian Machado Gary. But yeah, I mean, Cerulean. Even said he's not even a discussion. Like he has to, like he's been out for over a year. Yeah. And then he beat George Oliveira. And he just beat Dan Hooker. So he has so much work to do at 55. So hopefully he gives him the fight at 55. But then the UFC has the Paramount card in January. And they're going to want a big name that just fought. So they probably need to do a period where he's betting him. They got a ton of options. 55 and 70, there's a ton of options. You got an American in the series. There's not a ton of Americans. Wow. Yep. The UFC can do Kamaru, it's these whole heads, but I feel like the division's moved on. And Kamaru, so maybe let's see Kamaru versus him. And then just engage English to Mary. he's not slugging right now. But now his company's big. Yeah, just what do you think of? He gets head fat. He can't really. I would say the tech. I'd love to see better for the UFC. It's only about the first fight on Paramount. It's only about eyeballs. That there's no bigger star in that division than that. So that's what they do. Who deserves it? Priority. Yeah. But yeah, that's something you get the eyeballs they need. Now, what else you got to? Guns. How about this Jeff side of me, man? What is this? You want KFC parcel pretty much explains it. We just hear.
Jeff Dye is getting heat online for starting a GoFundMe to raise money to help him move from Los Angeles to Boston. The GoFundMe description says that Jeff is making the bold move to move from California to Texas because of his passion for comedy and his desire to be in a community with like-minded people. Finish it off with a Jordan Peterson quote, which checks out. This entire saga began on the Joe Rogan Experience. Jeff was a guest on the November 12th episode where he proclaimed that Gavin Newsom, quote, scares the shit out of me. Him and Joe had a conversation about Los Angeles, specifically the LA wildfires, and said that they believe that Gavin Newsom is incompetent and that he doesn't want to be any part of it. After that episode is when he put up the GoFundMe asking for money, despite the fact that in the past he had made fun of people who use GoFundMe in this manner. The direct quote from Twitter back in 2018 was 90%
what up, big dog?
Benedict,
I know who you are, so I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. What is this bullshit? Oh, I'm toes. Why? Because I just stepped in cum on the gym with my toes. Really? Who knows about cum toes? I gotta take a shit. Allegedly. Come on, you little bitch. Nobody's ever gonna watch these. Yo, Benedict. Can you hear me, big man?
What's up? I can hear you loud and clear. What's up, man? How you doing?
Excellent, my man. Okay, where do we stand? How far have you progressed?
Okay, yeah. So it wasn't an easy one, dude. I just finished making the video. Yeah, I finished making the video, and I'm going to send it to you right away.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
Alright, just do if you're in, and just go to your game right now.
Take your time. Are you sending it on Twitter or Discord?
Discord, yeah, Discord.
You got it, big dog. Go for it. I'm ready when you are. As you do so, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Jerome, are you there?
All right, Benedict, did you send it to me?
Yeah, yeah. I just did. I think the Discord is kind of just speak for the video, so I have to just send it just to X. So just check your X. You see it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, just check your X right now.
I'm checking X right now.
Just sent it.
I'm checking X right now. I don't see anything.
So,
Where is it?
it's yeah, over here is you're uploading here. Alright, yeah, here it goes. It's going out.
There you go. I got it now.
Alright, you got it. I tried adding the right to block, but the video I was having was just speaking language and trying to see the different thing entirely I actually wanted. So I had to just make the video myself. Yeah.
All right. I mean, your video is really good, so that works. Just know though, with Grok, you just ask it a bunch of times. You ask it 5 times, and out of the 5, you'll get a good one.
Yeah, actually, I did. I really did so well before I actually get what I wanted. So.
Okay, so this is really good. So you want to put together 10 videos. They don't all have to be that long, but that's good. And then send them to me. And once we get 10 good ones, then we're going to start uploading them to your account. Okay?
Okay, I don't know if I can be using like formats, like write-off formats for it, so I could just then make it from there. What do you think?
What are you saying?
I don't know if you can give me like write-off formats, right? Like format, so I could use it as a guide on the video.
Yeah, absolutely,
So,
absolutely. Just a moment. Absolutely.
Like up to like 10 write-up formats. So I'll just kind of create a video from them. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Well, you saying that one particularly I made was actually very very cool, right?
Yeah, it's very cool.
Okay, alright. I'll just have to like stick on the particular.
This shouldn't take long though. This shouldn't take long. You shouldn't have to do any video editing. So no text on video. So I'm sending you similar.
On the Discord, on the Discord or X.
Yeah, Discord.
Okay.
Okay. So put what I just sent you on in Grok, and then it should take a few seconds to, and then
Okay. So your network is running though. I can't really hear you, bro. Can you hear me, Rabbi?
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, yeah, I can now. I can. So you're saying I should use particular template just to create just a very short video, right?
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, anyway, how are you doing? It seems like this present moment is like your daytime over there.
Yeah, it's getting to be evening.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, and now it's about like 2:04 a.m.
Right.
It's cool. It's cool.
All right. So you took that prompt and you put it into Grok, right? Okay. How long does it normally take to make a video?
It takes up to like let's say not more than 2 minutes and makes a video.
Okay, so let's wait 2 minutes and then let's hope it works.
You feel me? What's up? Did it work?
You sent it to me?
Oh, okay. I'm supposed to make a video, right?
Yeah, what do you
Sorry.
think?
Yeah, I was actually doing. I was doing something. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Young Ledger and Rabbi, I think Ledger was your first Ledger before the show. Should suck. Yeah, why the hell not?
Yeah,
Hey, boys,
okay.
Did you send it?
Yeah, I just did. For just check. Yeah, I just.
tried that once.
Yeah, that's really first video I set up, guys. Open up. You sent me like I tried to. We sent videos. There were videos what you seeing right now. So yeah, that's what I had to make the video intentional myself, making it promise.
Okay, what you sent is good.
So what I sent recently is good, right?
Yeah. So you want to make 10 videos like that, or 9 or 8 more, and then send them all to me, and then we'll make sure they're good. If you need to redo any of them, we'll have you do that. We'll teach you how to put titles on them, hashtags, descriptions, and hashtags, and then we'll have them upload to your YouTube account, okay?
Okay. So I'll just have to make these videos and send this time, right?
Yeah, and then send them to me.
Okay.
Excellent. I'm here if you have questions.
Yeah. Got you.
I've got money into this, and it's something, it's a fucking hilarious narrative if you look at the art and some of the shit we got going on. Telegram VCs, we did space last night. Gonna start doing those now more often. I'm gonna shoot for every Monday night now. And, we're just out here working, trying to build a true meme coin culture, and it's a hilarious narrative. Is all the supply out, or is there a ticket? No, this was a pump fund token. Yeah, that's why, that's why we're here to represent that, it's like less than 1% of tokens that don't rug in the first few hours, if not the first few minutes. And, we're here, we're working, we're not going anywhere. Market shit, we all know it. Everybody's market cap's fucking down. And, as long as there's no giant sell-offs, which we haven't had, people are holding. And that's, really all we need right now is for people to hold and just hold through this bullshit with us and wait for the recovery, and we'll all have a bunch of big fucking smiles on our faces. Lots of life. I got a crusty fucking sock. I know what you need, man. That and chill. AKA your right hand. If you stare at it long enough, you'll feel better. Go ahead. Oh, and then if you ever get in the mood for some strange, you just use the left hand. You got the mistress there. Yeah, that would be like, we'll discuss this later, but I suppressed these community, guys. And honestly, don't give up. I know you guys won't give up. You guys have been around the space for a while and continue to push and work for your projects. And now you do have your own. And I think it's awesome. And I think what happens with a lot of tokens is people just give more. And they want to go somewhere where they can maybe see actions with their money. So when the volume dies down, when you keep going, eventually that attention comes back. And that's when the volume comes back.
telling everyone, I'm tired of seeing what I'm seeing. Let me try to make a change or be an example. It's just nice to see.
Exactly. And guys, now the space is filling up. I just want to take a second to say a great way to connect is pulseswitch.io. This is not a token. This is not a show. This is a platform where you can get in and actually create an account, and now you can create a community. You can bring your community on here, and it's going to be much like an X community or a Telegram community, but it's going to be better. Ultimately, the goal is to make PulseSwitch your all one-stop shop and get projects and communities to link up on there, cross-network. And we just had a great update with that today, so now you can bring your community into the space and be a part of it. Like, it's all-in-one. Did I broke? No, you're really good. Okay, my speaker was playing with me or something. Just making sure. But yeah, check out PulseSwitch.io, guys. I'm trying to put something to the top of it. I'm sitting at the man up here now. Yeah, he's here, man. We got Zach in the house. I don't know if he can speak. Jump in, guys. And we got Touch Grass and Rabbi. Feel free to jump in. Guys, get a second to try it more than we got in here. We got 7 comments down in the bubble. Can you hear me? We can hear you. Alright, stop being fucking pussies and join PulseSwitch. What's wrong with you? Build your goddamn community. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? Oh shit, I gotta do this. I'll be back in a second. Oh, he's picking up a beat. Hey, I will say this, even if you don't have the time right now, go in and get your name or your ID, make it a check mark to come back and check it out later, but at least you was able to grab your name before someone else. Hey guys, you gotta remember, the next 1,000 people that sign up, you're gonna get a free premium account for a year. You really can't make it good advantages of the platform. We'll be able to use all the tools, so definitely take advantage of that now while it's available, because you're saving yourself about $135 a year, so I would definitely jump on there when we have the chance. And you said, we only have about 150 people on there right now, but we're growing every day. What's that? We have more. Here you go. Zach's back. Go ahead. But seriously, I released the post today, just like Telegram. It's called Network. So your network on there, and most of that is there. Seriously, it's free. Bring your community over. Do everything you can do on Telegram, other than voice chats right now. That is an expensive team, guys, but we will get there. Super epic. It's really for everyone. So you can post on the timeline, hang out in your community, check out other communities. Really, just go check out the platform. There's news on there, there's all kinds of stuff real, just like TikTok, Instagram. You can put videos on there. It's really about networking. That's the way to go. I know Shibbles is here. He actually created a network today on there, which is super epic. And on top of that, I'm inviting Program to talk about you. I think you should join the other blockchain team. I think you're a great speaker and you're hit me up and don't be a fucking idiot. Get on PulseSwitch. Thank you. I see you all watching me. You see what I'm doing? It's got my nice colors out there. I'm trying to get everyone to pay for $8 for free, 3 months, blah, blah, blah. I made them wake the fuck up. I know you're listening. You are. He's gonna run us, man. You already rubbed me when I tried to get on the fucking stage. You think this fucking sandwich guy, he's creating his own social now. And it's all crypto-based. I can't control it. I can't block him if I don't like something. I need that password. Hey, Zach, I got a question for you. Yeah. You have this on PulseSwitch. You have it where I can switch my personal to project. Correct.
But it's super epic, man. Definitely check it out. It's free, pretty much. You're free with membership. It's all this features. So I would definitely take a moment, look through it, see what I've developed. And I update stuff so much that I think you gotta get really excited. A lot of people miss some of the super epic stuff like that. I think that's a really, really great feature. That's one of my best features you do. Something Flash uses one. It's really, for me, it really comes down to security and just trusting people. So I can see if someone messages me and they got a crusty badge, I know they're part of your team, I can talk to them. Someone else goes, oh, I'm part of crusty, they don't have that. Just like, yeah, you're good with me, just say you're master or a community member, but I'm not taking any advice you say because you don't have your badge. So it's a cool feature, and you can, there's no limit on it. I know there's a limit on X. You can only get a limit right now. You can 100 people badge if you get 100 people on your team. To me, it doesn't matter. It's all about growing. Growing. And yes, there is no token associated with this social media platform. And no one is the other tools. AI actually, here, you pretty much have your own personal assistant. She can give you technical financial advice, but she'll lead you in the right direction. And then you can use your token list, you can do training, you can do ads for Web 2, Web 3 projects, everything out there. So really great is that you can become a top project, top profile, you can vote on it, you can earn notable by posting all the time, and you can withdraw that and pay you out every month. So there's multiple ways to network and earn. That's my goal, is to make this so you can monetize yourself, your project on top. Wait until the lives come out, like Space, you'll be able to charge people to come up and speak. All kinds of great stuff, man. This is just like, I think people are really blown the whale again. People either like me or hate me. Most likely they hate me. But you know, they want to see you until you're winning. And once you're winning, they don't want to see you win. I don't really care. Completely all signal, zero noise. If I was noise, I would respond to fast. And I'm staying out of all that shit. That really doesn't bring any benefit to what I'm trying to help everyone do. And we can see people's true colors. They're in the street by next cycle. But my goal is to help all your projects grow and network across network. Basically with each other. You're pressing something, you can leave, pressing something everyone else. So on top of the network, you can assign admins. So if you go to the top of the network agreements, I call it system settings. From there, if you use an ad or a handle, you want to be an admin, they can't ban. They can ban, they can mute people in your, pretty much your Telegram group, the network group, and you can promote admins too. So if you kick someone out of your group, if you're winning, you get back. So whoever starts the group is the other. And if you want to do, you can also switch that to private. So you can create your own private network. So if you want to do kind of like the back channel Telegram, you can do that on the switch also. So I know it's a lot of information. It's just all about time.
You just gotta get on it and use it.
Yeah.
That's the best thing you can do right now. Get on it and use it.
Right, 100%. If you're just an investor, go on there and put anything you want. You can say, I hate fucking Zach from Subway, you should start my meetings. I will not make that comment. Like, that's why I'm building this.
I'm giving it up right now, bro.
I see some shit going on. Actually, get banned, blocked, I want to keep it decentralized as much as my job is to just keep giving you guys features and bring you guys network and without the more it's known. That's what it's all about, really. I mean, that's one thing no one's doing. We're taking over I'm building a goddamn network, social media platform, crypto. You're just came back from. So, yeah, no, honestly, it's amazing to be up here. Looking forward to this space. And yes, we got established on full position today. This is how I'm about to do this. And got that knocked out today. And honestly, I gotta say, man, Zach from Subway over there has been killing it because I've been seeing the updates come across the timelines. This got done, this got done, this got done, this got done. I'm like, damn, man, I need to go ahead and get over there and get set up. So we got that done today. And I'm super excited because we got touch grass. We got like a full phrase. And I know over here on X, I don't even know who the hell has touch grass. But it's not us. That's all I know. But over there on Full Switch, we have touch grass. I'm super excited to be over there. It's been a good experience. Obviously, getting to the platform, trying to learn the ways of it, and understand how, tokens, how all that works, engagement, all the shit that's built into it, man. It takes a minute because there's so many features. But I'm super excited to be over there, honestly, and it's been a great experience getting over there and start trying to post a little bit of content. So it's been awesome, man. So shout out to that. Shout out to everybody, man. When I made that post, all the reposts and all the engagement on it, I was like, oh, okay. I see how they're moving over here. So that's awesome, man. Yeah, I'm so glad you're on there. I also missed the feature. So if you make a post and it doesn't get that much engagement, after 2 hours, there's a thing called revive. I created the AI bot that basically pops up and that's what's revive. If you hit that, regenerate that same post from 2 hours ago. And kind of calculate engagement, right? So it's going to work. It's a word is you just click on the button. So you put it in your engagement. After a couple hours, you hit that button, automatically engagement goes for you. Still keep that one and try to get you the most engagement. My whole platform is not based on the algorithm. My analytics, I get more, basically more. This is not that many people compared to X. So I know the algorithm is really back. It's very, very thinking ahead of what X will tell you right now. If you didn't start your profile back then, back when you were just starting out, it was growing. So I want to really keep it community engagement. More engagement,
get chilling.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll chill it. That's what I've been doing in all my spaces today. We had our Touch Grass Tuesday space. And that's what I was telling people. We expanded out onto a new platform. And I was telling people to go out there and get signed up. You know, this is a way for you to establish your account on a new platform where you're not able to do that on that. So I'm definitely helping chill it too because I see all the features and everything, man. But that's what it's all about. It's like, hey, let's get as many people here as we can. And, you know, I have people in the community who are trying to build that platform and build that credibility on their side. So a better way to do it on a platform like Full Switch, man. This also get in. Now it's time to let's go. Joe, I need another cigar with you. Let's go.
I just wanted to say, does X have a blockchain? Does Reddit have a blockchain? Does Facebook have a blockchain? Meta? Instagram? TikTok? Do they have a blockchain? I'm going to throw it out there. Does Telegram have a blockchain?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'll have to understand a little bit too, is how like Nova ties into it. Because I saw how it's engagement based and how like if you make a post, then it like deducts certain points, and then if you get engagement or you're engaging, it gives you more. So I have to like get a good idea of how to utilize that. But it's super cool, and that's what I like about it. It's engagement based, like you talked about. It's not the algorithm, but it's really just about the people that are utilizing the platform. So I mean, I like it so far, and I love how the price of crypto is going across the top too. So you can see all of that in one platform. So I really like how I can tell what you're trying to build here. Like you said, of not having to really leave this platform, but all be in the same place.
And the best thing about it is when you join us and you post about us, you become a community. And it may not necessarily be everyone in the community buying your project, but we're supporting your project because you're supporting us. So it's a mutually beneficial thing. That's where we grow. And you guys don't have to buy our tokens, but if you share a Switch post, we appreciate it. And we're going to upgrade, and our community is going to see your project because of you. And then you may gain new investors from our community or the communities that we're associated with already. So that's the benefit of this networking scheme. It's more so of something where we need to connect on a deeper level and stop pushing projects away, but instead accepting them into our communities and becoming a part of each other's communities. And it's just going to spread like wildfire. Once this blows up, it's going to be that conflict mentality, but it's not going to be based on one project. It's going to be based on life. And it's going to give all of us the recognition we deserve. It's just working together, even though we're separated.
Yeah, no, I really like it so far, and just the support and everything from just initially signing up with it. So that's what I'll have to get a better understanding of, like, what's the best way to help promote it. Obviously, I can talk about it and stuff as, hey, go follow us, go set up an account, go do this. But if there's more ways, more like community way to push it, and maybe, whatever you all are doing, just get more so grasp of that so we can push it out there, man, because I really like it so far. Like I said, the interface, everything is clean, everything is right there, it's simple, it's easy to sign up, got to connect it to the wallet. So, I mean, I've really enjoyed it so far, and I definitely got to dig into it a little bit more. But I'm telling as many people about it as I can, because that's how we build this thing out. I think that's what it's all about, but I also heard someone said it's time to chill. So let's chill a little bit. Let's talk about Touch Grass, what we got going on over here. So for Touch Grass,
you're the worst project ever.
Wellness and outdoor brand. Yes, I said next big wellness and outdoor brand. I didn't say next meme coin. I didn't say next crypto project because we're trying to build something bigger than that. We already have an ecosystem that's established. We have our token, which is currently sitting at 100K market cap. So still very, very early. Our all-time high is 125K. And the amazing thing about that is 125K was at $210 a month. So just think about that. If you do the math, I always say that we have a lot of price tension built up because we've had some amazing people that have joined our a month and a half ago at this point. It seems like it was longer than that, but shorter than that at the same time. But everybody I met over there, that was an amazing experience. But what that really taught me was there is so many people out there who do not know about crypto. And ever since that event, that really shifted my focus to really focusing on people IRL who don't know anything about crypto, or maybe they know a little bit about crypto, want to get involved. That's been my main focus. So over the past 2 weeks, we have got 10 plus people invested into Touch Grass, who was currently or previously holding zero crypto. So we're providing them a good onboarding experience as well as education about how to diversify. Of course, we want them to hold Touch Grass, but we want them to get more just acclimated with crypto in general. So we're doing that. So we have our token that's performing very well. We have our NFTs, of course, which is an 1,000 NFT collection. All of this is on Solana. We're currently 26% minted out. Not only are you able to stake our NFTs and earn our token, which if you look at the chart, it looks really good. I just want to say, we haven't had that dump because one, we have good supply control. We did launch off a pump fund, so there's not any kind of vesting or anything like that. Everything that's out there is out there. We have a fixed supply of 1 billion. We've burned 14 million, so we have 986 million in circulation. And the team currently holds 62%. Some people will be like, damn, that's a lot of supply. But once again, I introduced Touchgrass as a brand and a business. And I would not want to own a brand and a business that I do not have majority ownership of. So that's the way that we look at it. We want to be able to move forward. So when we talk about listings like Binance, Betsy, and all these other exchanges that we want to possibly list on in the future, we're going to have that supply. So why not get it now while we're early in the game versus later trying to buy tokens at 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, whatever it may be. We'd rather do it now. And then two, we want to be able to control our journey. I don't want to be in a situation where some KOL has me by the nuts and I can't do anything that I want to do because I'm waiting for this person to dump or waiting for them to move or do this and do that. There will never be a situation where someone holds more tokens than the Touchgrass team does. And we move that way because I've been through the space. I've been here since 2020. Once again, I'm doxxed. People have seen me. People have met me. I've enjoyed some nice drinks and cigars with a couple of people in this room at this point. So really want to be able to build something that's legitimate, something that's authentic, and really want to create something that's different that I feel hasn't been done right in the space since I've at least joined it. So once again, we have our NFTs, we have our token. Our NFTs, really the bread and butter about that is one, that you can stake on and earn a token. But two, you also are contributing to youth athletics. And this is the biggest part of it. This is where I'm like the most proud about this project. And we actually just doubled our contribution. So we're now giving 20% of every single NFT that is minted goes directly towards our charity wallet. And once we fully mint out, we're going to be giving those funds directly to our local community in Florida. So we have multiple platforms at this point. We talked about being over on Pulse Switch, but we're also on X, on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Kick, Twitch, all these platforms which we're going to actually live stream the donations that we give so that we're not only just saying it, but we're actually doing it. You see it. So that's the biggest part of our NFTs. You can stake them, but you're also contributing to a good cause. So I always say with every NFT that you mint, you are putting a piece of that sporting equipment in the hands of a kid who really needs it. So I'm going to post just a couple links to the top. This is going to be all of our links where you can get the information. You can check out our chart. You can look at our token if you want to buy it. Once again, we're over on Solana, holding a very, very steady over here. We have good investors. And I really approach this, once again, like I introduced it, like a brand and business. When we initially kicked off, I talked to friends, family, neighbors, people in our local community, and got them invested into this because this is really something I want to grow out to be a true brand. And simply take a couple of minutes, go to any social media platform, type in Touchgrass, and see what you find. What you're going to find is something that is very brandable. So just put it all together. You got someone who's doxxed, you got a good narrative, we're on Solana, we have NFTs, giving back to the kids, giving you passive income, we're building all these things end of the day, we're gonna get more people. So definitely check us out. Doing that for 147 more days, and 147 more days, and 147 more days, because we're never going to give up. Because for me, touch grass is plan A through Z. There's nothing else for me. So this is what's going to be. We're going to build this thing out. And we're going to do. So make sure if you take from this that you touch. Yeah, there's more. There's more of those reach the marketplace, the NFT market. So you can promote it. I got a bunch of payment on there, just to help promote the platform. But yeah, man, that'll be another option. But I think that'll be even better than just having one. So super excited, man. And I heard about all your NFTs, so I'm like, man, I forgot about this. See, there's so many features that I forgot I built. I'm trying to, I love it. And that's good though, right? It's like, I feel like you're that person with the coat and you open it up and you got all the stuff on both sides of it. It's like, oh, wait, well, I got this, I got this, I got this, I got this. So it's always good to be in that situation versus vice versa. So no, I'll definitely go in there. And that's what I said. I got to dig in a little bit more because it was just like so many things I could do. It's like, I don't know where to start. This time I need to sit down and really take some time to look at all the features. So I'm super excited about that. And then being able to get touch grass on there. So I'm super excited. We're about to really build that out and build this thing together. And that's epic because so it's even better. Building a whole marketplace for but it's a marketplace that's just you're the NFTs as an audience. I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm excited to be able to add that and check it out. We got lots of big things going over here at Touch Grass. We're going to be building it out on Full Switch for sure. Check all our other social media pages as well. We're posting content on there almost every single day. TikTok, using this to Instagram. So check that out. And we're all about engaging people. Another thing that I just posted on top is something that's super simple. It's bear market grass therapy. So we've already sent out almost 200,000 touch grass tokens to people who simply follow those instructions. And it's going outside, taking a piece of paper, writing touch grass on the piece of paper, taking a picture of it, and then doing those instructions. And we literally send you touch grass just because you actually went outside and touched grass. So I'm telling you, touch grass is going to be the meta. It's just a matter of time. You want to get it now or you want to get it when everybody else wants to. Just think about that. I appreciate everybody. Always love coming through this space, and now that I've met some people IRL as well, you know what you all are building over here. It's even a different kind of relationship. So just appreciate everybody here and what everybody's doing. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, come back on Fridays too. I don't want to be the bear bad news, but I was facing it's a lot crazy more people. So it's really good. Sylvester does a great job. Crispy does a great job. But Fridays are the awesome. Thanks, Zach. I know about a conference. I do want to say this though, guys. Go up to the Jumbotron, smash every one of those posts. All the links you need for everything you're hearing tonight are up there.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 165 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the corn, and everything in between. This is a life, Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today on the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 source, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generous wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I use a ceiling camera. If you want my cameras, link in my profile. Additionally, look at my pinned post. There's a link to my YouTube. Find a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at that link tree, but I do. I have more social media than any person on. I have more content than any person on earth. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. Invite you to join us. We have over 2,500 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all rich and helping to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $50 million. It's one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's on Ethereum. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM, I will respond. Send me a follow, I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Rabbi, super bullish on everything you just said. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
I did look at your link tree. You're not on full switch.
How do you know everything that I have is on my link tree? Right. When I say I dare look at my link tree, it doesn't mean on pulse switch. Absolutely. I'm not only fancy me twice. That I not be in the future. Thank you for the opportunity. I think they were worried I'd bring down I'd be so popular.
I see down there with your hand up, Chris. You want to go ahead, brother? It's all you. Go ahead, Mike's yours. Morning. Good morning. Good night. So, I just want to see you there.
like 80 cents. Right? So when do we tell her, sit down or whatever, I just think, oh, this is okay, $1,000, I can buy $1,000 toy, 10,000 share of the toy, it doesn't do it. Yeah, but the toy is having the lightning in the bottom, right? You gotta have all the containers to be right. You gotta have all the cleaning the window and all that. I don't think the lightning's gonna come back into the bottom here. Yeah, unless Elon starts recording Dogecoin. I don't know. I think when a coin has enough space, fundamental, whatever, information, it's gonna be okay. Look, we at the first bear market right now, like that's $25 billion. It's fucking 10 times more than whatever, it is crazy, right? We think that, but the people believe in something so badly now that they believe they'll just like they have those ETF, like someone already have that shit in there. So like it's gonna go right now. It's one of those fucking numbers. I get it. It's the women that when Elon Musk were fading, we think that it's going out, but it doesn't seem like it because right now, even in the worst market condition, it's still $25 billion. It's not going to be confusing. You know what I mean? Like, there's no organization. The government organization whatever. And so they just like bend these. Yeah, I just came out yesterday today. Like that they are disbanding it like a couple of months. So if they really are, I wonder if people will take advantage of that, and push those perhaps back. Because he already said I'm not going to push any more movies. So I don't know what's going on with that. Or if I can say that. Company money for us. This guy's crazy. No, the world sucks right now. No, the word good guys is so much to talk about. Like, life, just having a good living standard and all this stuff. Like, there's a lot of good things happening. So we have to like be positive and see what life has to offer. It's a lot of that's one thing, but I think just literally today I was driving stuck in traffic and bus, and I just thank the Lord for like giving me this awesome plan that I have, a good job, who can hang out with, just good health, and we can't let this something we can control take over our mental, So even when we're full of now 9% expires, it's a good life, healthy, making money, eat good food. That's something you want,
I don't know if it's good news, but I'd like to read you some crypto news if possible. Excellent. So this is from a Forbes article from September. It's entitled "Crypto is Powering AI Age's Most Critical Fuel: Data," which argues that data, rather than oil or compute, is the fuel of our AI-driven future, and explains how crypto could make data AI ready. Some keys of the article, they state that data is the most open pillar of AI, along with compute power and algorithms. These make up AI development, essentially. And one thing that I think is really interesting is that they state that data is AI's next gold rush. So what they say is, for a broad adoption of AI, what's missing now is high quality, niche, domain specific data. For example, medical imaging, local agriculture photos, localized sensor data, etc. Whoever can build infrastructure to gather, verify, and distribute that data efficiently could win the next wave of AI innovation. And this reminded me of an article that I read in 2018 from The Economist that stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's resource. And I happen to agree that this is a new gold rush. About 4 years ago, I started live 24 hours a day on YouTube. And I think that data may be valuable to humans in the future. And I think that perhaps I may, and other people like me who have been archiving their data, may have an opportunity at taking part in this gold rush alongside cryptocurrency. And just wanted to know if anybody had any thoughts on data being the next gold rush.
Data has opened the gold rush really like the last 50 years or so. You know, just to like just the job market alone, like the data job already provide millions of jobs in America. If you think about gold rush, you think about like the top 5 companies in Silicon Valley, which is Google, Facebook, Apple. You know what they have? Data. That's what they sell. So it's been around for a long, and this is why Google take up to be like, whatever the number now with the $3 trillion market cap. So the data is already like there as a gold rush because, once we figured out the Oracle, the data infrastructure, whatever, and just take off from there. The next is just how they make more efficient, which is AI is going to come in and make more efficient, which is more speed, more calculation, more computation, so that you can answer your question faster, right? The AI that we know it just took off right after ChatGPT released for the first was in 2022 or like that. So in the last 3 years, now start building the center to process data, not to store it. So the data is already there. Just like the next step of how to use it.
Kind of adding to that thought in a slightly different direction. Just in the last 2 to 4 years, in my market and elsewhere in the United States, one of the fastest growing real estate growth areas has been data centers. They're converting old warehouses very, very quickly to data centers, pretty much as fast as they can, because of the data need that we have in the AI sector.
Yeah, process it. I mean, but the thing is, most people a data center somewhere in Texas, like in the data thing, and all that is a CPU and GPU, so it's a big processing different models with it, right? So the data is there, they just have to, it's just a next evolution of technology.
I absolutely agree. Does anybody foresee anything overtaking data as the next gold rush in the future?
So, funny story, I know if you haven't any listeners, but I got to on the computer, like on the chip. They are being made right now in Illinois. And I know one of my partners, my company, a part of this big project. So, quantum computer chip is coming. I don't know when, but there are companies that are pumping money in there to make it work. I talked to professors to confirm that my market that AI, but it's doing to written language or university, is its costs are writing as AI becomes more powerful. If people value certain human creativity as at a higher premium, maybe we'll value oratory, maybe we'll value poetry, right? Because it's created exclusively by a human being. Maybe we'll value human created art, music, because AI doesn't touch it at all. And maybe that will be a gold rush. Maybe we'll put a premium on that.
I'm in agreement with you, Midas. I've heard this discussed as a second renaissance, especially with AI replacing many people's jobs. People will perhaps have time to be able to delve into arts that they may have never had any experience, and perhaps may become more, uh, well, just frankly, enhance the different arts, whether it's music or poetry or perhaps sculpture. The key is, though, I think people in the future will desire human made art over perhaps AI or artificially created art. And that will make human derived objects and art in general at a higher premium. And I think that people will desire if it was made from a human, and they will reject many things that are artificially created. What are your thoughts?
I get it. I can see where that's. I can see where go back to the classic human drawing something from the hands. It does look valuable. I can see there's a mark for that. That's one way of it. Well, the art of telling jokes is an art, and I'm going to bring it back. Give us one. Maybe Jody is out. I'm still working on the joke of the day. I'm still working on it. Give me some time for having one coffee. Hey, go back to this idea about AI taking over the job, and I have some to it because in my career I manage and kind of have some type of employee. Have you guys been to like the big city? Like I've been to Mexico City, right? There are 25,000 people in Mexico City, okay? And you walk there, there are so many markets, flea markets, small market, people selling vendors on the street, people doing handiwork, blah, 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 right? And when people tell me that AI taking over a job, they take over some job, not all job. And it's a long way for AI to take over all the job. I mean, if only they can start and finish the entire process, they can, right? And so AI will take over some job, not all the job. And in some way, AI, think about this way, think about like the GPS, right? The map function, like when it happened in 90 and 80, like early 2000, we can put a fucking map and follow it. Not a GPS, help us all that way efficient, right? We're not looking over, looking at the smartphone and go with it, right? So I think there's some positive to this is that, AI is going to make our life better, more efficient. It's changing, one door open, another door closes, right? So if all the AI job, now it's all white collar, which is, public job, right? Something like I do, something like, Andy or Jamel, like something like in that. You need some education, your high paying job, you can automate it. So no job will take a hit, okay? They will. But, some job like writing a journal or like cooking something on a street vendor to sell to your tourists or tour guides, all that stuff like that. No job, still need some human craft in it. And it's really hard to replace, right? And the AGI AGI as a conscious thing is not going to be here. It's not going to happen in a lifetime. It's what people say, right? So in some aspect, it can help us out. That's what I'm saying. So it's not all, gloom and doom. There are definitely some positive that AI can help us. And they are right now, I don't think there's any argument that AI is beneficial for human society in some ways, but I guess the whole fear is that for the first time, there is technology that can replace white collar jobs. Before machines and all that replace blue collar jobs, and that's run its course. But now with AGI and all that, it's going to replace white collar jobs. That's the big fear, right? Yeah, and they find stuff to do. They will find some stuff to do. I mean, there's always new stuff to do. Remember in like the early 1800s where like we have donkeys and horses, and in New York, and you can tell that there's 1,000 horses in New York, and again, what's in these blacksmith, those what are putting into the saddle, whatever, So in a couple of years, when Ford releases car, the whole industry die out. Like all the fucking blacksmith, all the saddler, all the people that make leather, just went out. The one factory make a car, right? So I don't think it's early to see what this transformation look like AI. But I'm not gonna worry because I know that life and how we evolve, we always find something to do, and we will make ourselves correct. I don't think we need to worry about if you are collecting shit in recycling knowledge. That's the issue. So you should want to do all the manual work and so forth. That's the issue. But think of it this way: AI actually enhances your job experience. Right? AI gives you a bit more relaxation. Right? You have it out. So don't worry about technology. We're going through so many different eras. Previous one, fintech and so forth. They say all the bankers are going to find exactly this fintech. No way. So don't need to worry about it. In a sense that people say that there's most like you say that being a waiter and the job forever, but now there's robot waiter, going around and this is replacing you. Just don't need to worry about it. Yeah, I'm not. It's easy to say as a smart Asian. The rest of us, we're at risk here. It's good looking like you get that. Oh yeah, yeah. So that's the only thing like we have our team before. I think it's good looking too. Oh, nice pictures. His pictures right there. Dude, I'm fucking gorgeous. You never met her first time. Yes. I don't know how to say it. Extra, yes. You want me to show you? You live so close with those hairless cats. What the hell is my hair? I'm not sure whether he has hair down, but yes, I'm not sure. I have hair somewhere. Yeah, I can't tell you where though. Let's not go there. Let's not go down there. Okay, guys, just be the audience here. Like this. Good conversation tonight. I've got to drop off, but appreciate you all. Thanks for letting me know. Stronger conversation here. Yeah. Is he from 12th Street? Yeah. He's fun. Yeah, he's got a RWA. He's got WA things for listing. So like, you never say that. Yeah, because they're like the actual legit stuff. That's pretty cool. It's pretty smart. Like you do something like license and stuff. So you get very smart to do that kind of stuff. It's pretty cool. But actually, guys, if you're struck with, what I would recommend doing is checking America's AI Action Plan. That's the America's AI Action Plan. That's Trump's, his whatever executive like plan or whatever, executive order or something for the AI stuff. We're trying to, we're just trying to rush things, right? And so one of the things that in the plan they're talking about is they want
legends at this point. One of the things that they want to do is have AI focus on replace, kind of like, well, they don't say replace it, but to help focus on certain jobs like medical and stuff like that. So they definitely have a plan for, having AI really, help us in the workforce. But many people think though, like, I mean, let's say like they do take over most of our jobs, like what's the new job then, right? Like everyone can't be it. Not everyone can be such like a robot technician. Not everyone's going to be a coder. So, I mean, do they have to? We're going to have that universal income. Like, that's, what I mean? Like, what other jobs do we have? I guess we'll find out as to right the term. But then let's still jump on the middle of it. You look at what AI that's about, they can write very well. So I think a lot of these social media experts will be talking about what they are, they will not be good, but they're using AI more effective than exponential people. Right? So instead of thinking that AI is going to replace your job, as long as you use AI, your job and not its right. So if you think along this way. Will there be new jobs created that we possibly don't know? Yeah, I remember at the term when AI was becoming big, they had that whole prompt engineering, which was basically a new job created, right? So, or maybe a new career that was created, at least for temporary, that is sustainable. The way that then you need to go for some retraining to repurpose yourself, there will definitely be more jobs. In fact, I was having a conversation with one of the government that I advised. There's a professor saying that, AI is replaced everybody, need to be more technically advised. But like humans, all of us just need to understand prompt engineering. Right? So that he asked me, what do you mean? I said, what is in the future, all the coders that you see right now and all your students will have to do competition. Because my grandmother is also coming to take over the job. Because my grandmother knows prompt engineering, she can be an engineer. But everybody loves it. The night session. But that has 1,000% truth behind what I'm saying. Not human responsibility is true. Security guard. Clean up your skills and just retraining. If they have a very logical mind, good comms, they can be a prompt engineer as well. So the coders, these guys who start thinking very hard, so forth and so on. They can provide this kind of new workforce. They're working on a job. It will be. And they're not yet another new job. So you have to still get it. Yeah, capability. Use AI to create websites to in a few years, all the schooling that people have done to learn how to code is going to be pretty much useless. You cannot see any differences. To learn code or just use AI to be able to have a majority. So I just think right now we just don't know what new jobs will be there because we're limited with the information we
insightful. It's especially one from the that's what I'm doing about it. You learn from work, and I can see it hallucinates. I can see that it's just not there. It's not awesome yet. It's still stupid. Yeah, it's not easy. Like I know someone who's got a big business with AI, and he's got multiple models, right? He's got several models, and like most of it's all online and everything, but it has like two online, and it's like he has to have like that offline version that's like super strict and can never go off script because like as soon as you get it online, it can hallucinate at any time. Yeah, like that's not intuitive, right? Like it's very difficult. It's been over a year of trying to figure this crap out with a few steps, right? Like they're working their asses off. Like that's not easy. It's like that's a lot of work. It's a lot of money to put into trying to figure this out. So like for now, it's actually hard work. Like people think it's easy because they search some stupid, right? And try making a real business out of it, and it's hella hard. So what we're trying for it, it's still difficult. Yeah. I mean, I used to, do ChatGPT and Grok and all the things, trying to get there and say, and they all give me a slightly different answer. And it has some data. Yeah. And so it's not so much AI, it's the data going in. That's why the data are so valuable, because without data and energy, it's not going anywhere. Right? Okay. So next point is, the tool that it needs, it's going to make more than AI. So I mean, that is the electrics company, data center, and NVIDIA, and becoming a big chip, which is going to benefit so much from the gold rush. point is that it's wrapped in a bit of mystery. Like, nobody knows who this Satoshi individual is. He's launched over a few hundred coins, and he hadn't launched anything after he launched Fatcoin. And then he went and tried to sell another coin. And I think it was to kind of give away, this one. I think it's his shit. Like, I think his thing is launching tokens and just seeing where they go. And so, I mean, he's collected $250,000 or $220,000 through Pump Fund when you go to his profile. So, like, he just collects those fees. And I mean, it looked to us like the chart was being farmed before we took it over, which then looks like it stopped. And now, like I said, we're sitting at higher floors. And that's what we want to see, nice, slow, stable growth. Maybe I see you have your hand up. Do you have a question? Or are you looking to shell?
Yeah, when possible, I'd like to share my project with everyone.
You can go right ahead. And if you have any questions, come back.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline in the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams simultaneously, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 300 days. I even have a zooming camera. If you're interested in these cameras, feel free to check out my profile. I have a link there to my YouTube streams. Also in my post, I have a link to my YouTube streams. You can also check out my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one's going to dare you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You can also find a link to Discord there, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agriculture, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic, the OG meme coins. The ticker's Bitcoin. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, please send me a DM. I'd be happy to respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want all of you to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So are you on 24/7 even while you sleep?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a lot of excellent data that I'm archiving while I sleep. We don't have this much data on any individual. 4 years of 24/7 data to be able to study. I think things like my circadian rhythms, my breathing patterns, and like my REM states can all be studied in the future, certainly at an academic level.
What about if you walk outside? You also stream.
Absolutely, I've streamed. Absolutely, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, south of San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Wow, this is crazy. Whenever you're trying to get ready,
Oh, I've met her. I know her. We're very good friends. Yeah, the lady who does the waist sweater treatment. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know that wastewater lady person. So yeah, I heard some other questions in there. But if I'm trying to get laid, I have essentially delayed all of those types of activities until perhaps I meet my wife of the future and that live stream goes viral. I will have a much wider late choose. Maybe one of the most eligible bachelors in the future. If that happens, I'm someone who generally recognizes that this is a very important part of the world, and that's why I've dedicated my life to it for the last 4 years. And perhaps maybe in the next year or two, I may go viral. And what happens, the sky's the limit.
How many subscribers do you have?
Well, over 10,000 on TikTok. I have over 10,000 different because I use my YouTube as my primary location to be able to archive my data. So about every 6 months or so, I just restart all my YouTube channels. So I don't really focus on my numbers on YouTube, especially because I have 20-ish YouTube streams going 24 hours a day. Basically, all of my metrics would be subdivided by 20, but over 2,500 people in the Discord, and we're growing longer each day.
Wild. What made you decide?
Absolutely. In addition to being a rabbi, I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which is a lot of mimic. I was working as a contractor for a major Fortune 100 company. My position went remote. I went from being someone who was never on camera to being on camera about a day. So I got very being on camera and learning of different ways to communicate with others virtually. And then after work, I would go hit golf at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I would improve my golf swing. So I started to record myself and some funny things on camera if I hit the ball or top the ball, whatever it may be. And I thought, they're not even a gleam in my eye. Perhaps in the future, this is cool to have base footage of their dad during the pandemic when everybody was keeping, 6 feet apart and all that. And wouldn't it be neat if I started archiving this? So I did, and I was uploading it each night onto my Google Drive account. And it was taking me a long time to do, basically like 1 or 2 hour sessions of doing that. And I thought, you know what? This is really inefficient. If I'm going to better just bite the bullet and maybe live streaming it. So it was approximately in the fall of 2021. I started live streaming with my first YouTube account, and I recognized there were some technical aspects of this that I perhaps not expected. Like you get app crashes and you get issues with connectivity. If I'm going to do this, I really want to do it better than any person ever. So I bought about 10 different Chromebooks and laptops, another 20 or so handheld devices, and put them around me in 360 degrees and created many more accounts. And as they say, the rest is history.
And how old are you?
I'm 39 years old, 35.
I'm about it. I like it.
Well, thank you.
Dedication. Not too many people can do that. So that's for sure.
Thank you. Absolutely. I do want to do this the rest of my life. I get that question often as well. I think it'll be interesting to have my life perhaps in the future be visible from a first person point of view. People be able to live out their lives alongside me. We'll be able to grow up together. I think it's really an interesting aspect too. Any other influencer that you may see, you eventually get through all of their content, but not with my content. It would take you lifetimes to be able to go through all of the data that I've created, even at this point, let alone given if I do this for decades in the future. And I think it's really really special. Not only was I able to capture the historical that certainly occurred during the pandemic, but also perhaps more importantly, the launch of large language models into our society. So I'm streaming, of course, prior to the launch of ChatGPT. I was an early adopter in November 2022. I was a user November 30th, 2022. And now we've been able to see what large language models have done to our world, have done to employment, really how they've changed just about every aspect of society. And I think people really think that's interesting as well from a timeline and time capsule aspect of this. This isn't just a stream about me. Certainly, I would probably be considered the main character, but in the background of all of my streams, I keep a radio going 24 hours a day to the news so that you can literally go back the last 4 years to essentially any moment of any day and not just know what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I think that will be an interesting aspect for people to be able to study in the future as well. Well, I don't buy it. It's on Pump Fun, and the only reason why I launched it was because I wanted the ability to be able to stream on it. It's Rabbi.
Right, that's why I asked. We could stream on Pump Fun so you can 24/7.
Exactly. So I do that, but I don't promote it. If you're going to buy a token, buy Harry Potter Sonic 10. You need the ticker's Bitcoin.
What's your Pump Fun link, sir?
I don't even know what my Pump Fun link would be. If you just go to Pump Fun and search Rabbi, you'll see I'm the one that's live streaming right now. It has a very low market cap, so if you're interested in it.
But you never know. It could be an affiliate right in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it really could be. That's the interesting thing. What's going to happen, I mean, you can hear, I've got my pitch down very well. I've had 4 years to memorize it. And somebody's going to hear what I do, or I'm building enough of basically a following that somebody's going to say, this is really interesting. What do you need from me? And it's just like, just tell your friends. That's all I need. Somebody's going to repost something that I posted or tell somebody about it. And it may perhaps be a catalyst to a major event in global history. And when that happens, watch out for the Rabbi coin.
Are you a real Rothschild? There we go. I'm sure you've had that stupid question also, but it is a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a reasonable question. Yeah, that's my last name. I get that question so often. If you just look at my banner, I've got my California driver's license there.
Holy crap.
Well, thank you all for the opportunity to be able to share. Thank you for your kind words. They're very motivating to me. I appreciate it. And thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll go back down to.
I want to help you with you. In case you make it, I will know.
Okay.
$45 to put you.
Sounds like a plan.
If you ever take off, we'll know for sure.
Oh, you definitely will. When I say I want to make you all rich, I mean it. You're all recorded on my live stream. It's different than just a live stream. This is a stream of my entire life. So you're live on 20 different YouTube streams. And and people ask, okay, Rabbi, how are you going to make us rich? Well, firstly, as I say, the Economist magazine, recently Forbes, said that we're in a new gold rush, but it's data. And data is the number one resource on earth. And I'll be able to monetize the data. What I'd like to do is create a 501c, essentially a not-for-profit, a large trust to have the monetization basically filtered to. Also, I've got more social media than any person ever. I'll be able to monetize that. Additionally, endorsements won't just be endorsing cryptocurrencies, but perhaps large Fortune 500 companies. We'll take all of that, basically put it in a not-for-profit, and then finally cryptocurrencies as well. And we're going to help every single person who's helped, every single person with whom I've had any communication over the course of the past of these streams. And then I'd like to go and do good in the world, particularly in the developing world, and ensure that they have, not that they need to succeed, but everything that they need to be able to thrive, especially in continent.
And you have a nice beer. I saw it on the Pump Fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, you saw me. Okay, excellent. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've got a good beard going. So you can see it grow over the course of my live stream. So that'll be another interesting trinket that people might think cool. You'll be able to know where in my live stream we were by length of my beard. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, same as well. Sorry, I'm sitting here reading your bio and stuff. I'm not talented enough to read and speak at the same time.
No issues at all.
I'm not him down there that can do both.
If you do want to learn more about me and not leave Twitter, I do have an enhanced biography that you can view my view profile, and it's 50,000 characters. So it has everything that you may want to know about me. It has an Ask Me Anything section, so it is quite thorough. But if I didn't include anything, you're always welcome to come into my Discord. I'm live 24 hours a day and connect with me. If you don't mind, can I tell you what I do to help small time creators perhaps improve their social marketing skills? Excellent. So I'm sure many of you have been to these chill and chills where you get basically like small time creators or people who don't even know anything about Web3 who want to be able to start their own businesses. Many times they're in Nigeria or maybe a developing country. And I basically mentor them for free. I don't charge for anything. And the strategy that we utilize is absolutely free. But what we do is I first help them to get a link tree if they don't already know how to do that or they have one. Then I advise them, I give them a list of the top 30 social media platforms that are out there. Everything from YouTube to TikTok to Instagram to Blue Sky to Reddit, everything. Then what we do is we put content on their different social media platforms. We ensure that the titles of the content and the descriptions and hashtags are all going to populate well in search engines. Then what I teach them to do is how to not just make memes, how to be able to market themselves with memes by putting their hashtag or their handle or their link tree in the corner. I teach them in different communities, not just on X, but certainly on Discord, Telegram. We ensure that we basically enhance their profiles for whatever industry they're in. If they're content writers, if they are moderators, if they're reply guys, then I just coach them in my Discord on how to get a good 30-second pitch down, a good 60-second, a good 3-minute pitch. And we're changing lives. We have people who basically started as reply guys. Now they have Fiverr accounts. They're starting to get business around the world strategy and what they're being able to people. And it's really pretty. When you have this much data, you will populate on all of one entry on Google. You'll dominate that top 10. And that's what I want people to be able to do. And then they promote different projects on their social media, and then searches that project dominates the top 10, not just but on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, everywhere, every major platform. Not only that, it's helped to give AI some to be able to understand what their project is and to basically project. So with just a little, I usually love the different social media. People are able to transform not only their lives but their customers' projects because that put it in, let's say, 30 different platforms. That means sometimes as many as 30 times more DMs, 30 times more people buying their crypto, 30 times more people buying their NFTs, 30 times more impressions on their profile. So it's really we found a lot of success with that. And if anybody else is interested, feel free to send me a DM. I'll send you the social media that I think everybody should have. If you're going to be a Web3 marketer, even if you just have a coin. Here's the thing. I tell people there's really a 4-pronged strategy of having all the social media. Because a lot of people say, I don't have time to manage all that. I understand. You have all the notifications come to your Gmail account, so you just have to check your email. But here's the theory behind it. It gives you 30 times more places to be able to promote your content, 30 times more places to promote your customers' content, 30 times more places for you to be to communication channels that you can open up to potential investors or other clients. And then additionally, it makes it more difficult for people to be able to impersonate you. So if you have a project out there and you want more business, you want more buyers, you want more awareness about it, the first thing that I would suggest is making sure that you have all of the media that's available to you. Thank you for letting me contribute that.
Thank you. That's very important for sure. Think about how that stuff. We're just trying to figure out how to do Reddit and not get banned.
Larry, welcome to the club. Absolutely. Yeah, Reddit's a very difficult one, especially if you get in with the wrong moderator or perhaps even administrator. And then they have an excellent system to be able to stop basically repeat offenders. There are ways, but I certainly understand if you're trying to get your post seen in one of the major like Wall Street Bets subreddits or perhaps the crypto subreddits. It's best to age your account. It's best to get some karma on it before posting, and certainly not to artificially boost it. If it takes off, it takes off. If it doesn't, then just let it be because Reddit is extremely finicky. So don't feel like you're alone. Reddit's one of the most difficult platforms to master, and I certainly am not a master of it. But I can tell you, of any of the social media platforms that I use, Reddit is perhaps the top one, even more than Twitter. I absolutely love Reddit. As they used to say, it's the front page of the internet. It is an excellent, amazing resource, and so long as you play by the rules, it can be a wonderful platform for you to be able to utilize.
So patience is key with them.
Yeah, absolutely. So you want to make sure you have aged accounts. So that means not brand new accounts. Also, you want to make sure you don't use a VPN. You use one of the more credible email sources, so like Gmail to find one, but maybe stay away from temp mail services. Um, and then you want karma. And if you don't know what karma is, it's basically points that you get for making good posts. And if you don't know how to get karma, one of the best, easiest ways to do it is to go to a subreddit like, for instance, what is this thing is a good subreddit, or another one is explain to me like I'm five, and you categorize by newest. And so you go to a post that has somebody asks a question like, why is the sky blue? Whatever the question may be. And if no one has replied to it, you provide the reply and you'll be one of the first people. And then that will allow people to upvote you earlier. So you would say, like, it's the refraction of water molecules in the atmosphere, something along those lines. And then you'll gain karma quickly. Some subreddits have a minimum karma requirement, also a minimum age of the account. So just in what subreddit you're in, you may want to check, and also check all the rules as well to make sure you're not doing something that may violate the guidelines. But again, Reddit is extremely finicky, but those are just some quick tips if you want to be successful.
Very good information. And Wall Street Bets, you know a couple guys. Yeah, we do know those Wall Street Bets.
That's a major one. It's a top 10 finance subreddit. It's very difficult to be able to post in there. So the more leadership you know in there, the better. If you can get a trending post in Wall Street Bets, it can absolutely change your project. So one thing, at least with Wall Street Bets, they're not too keen on crypto. So you want to be careful. At least in the past, I've seen that you may want to veer away from there to some extent. But they're crypto-friendly subreddits, and you should join them. Also, if you have a project, you should have a subreddit. It's just this, like, it was basically 40% built on Reddit. Many of the questions that are out there, AI has just taken the top comments on Reddit and basically made that into a database. And if you want to be able to promote your project to, I would say, any high net worth individuals, also people who are very tech savvy, get into some of the Web3 subreddits, the crypto subreddits. Some of those NFT, certainly Bitcoin. Those are all really great subreddits. Just to join, even if you're not going to necessarily promote on them immediately, uh, they're just really informative. And I can tell you, I can't tell you how much I learn from every single day. It's such a wonderful website, such a, a library of knowledge that people eventually get, but it's only once somebody takes it from Reddit and puts it on Instagram or puts it on YouTube. Everything basically starts on Reddit. If you want to know, that's basically the epicenter of creativity on the internet. All the memes start on Reddit. If they don't take off on Reddit, generally they're not going off. So if you're not a Reddit user, uh, I highly recommend it. And if you're like, well, I don't know what subreddits to join, go to something that is of interest to you, but also join some that aren't of interest to you. There may be something that you may want to learn more about, but you just don't know about it. I advocate doing that as well. I can tell you, I'm in probably. I don't think there's a limit to how many subreddits you can be in, but I would say thousands of them. And I learned so much about places that I've never been, tourist activities that I'd like to do in the future. You just learn an incredible amount from Reddit. So shout out to the hard people who keep Reddit going, but also I'm a big fan of their moderators or their administrators. So hopefully one day there'll be a little bit more freedom on it. I've also heard this about Reddit. Reddit doesn't necessarily need more users. It doesn't necessarily more users. It's owned by Condé Nast, if you know who that is. It's just like basically was at one time one of the largest magazine publishers in the world, and they don't want perhaps a lot of divergent opinions. So it does have a tendency to become an echo chamber for things. But nevertheless, much of the content that you're going to get there is extremely useful, resourceful. So if you don't have a Reddit account, you can just be what's called a lurker, and you can look at it and just read. But if you want to get involved, create an account and start joining some subreddits. I highly recommend it.
I didn't know Condé Nast owned that. I know them very well. I used to work for a travel magazine. I was their competitors to Condé Nast Travel because in my 20s. So that's interesting. I didn't know they owned them. That's cool.
Absolutely, they bought them. I want to say within the last 10 years. Um, it's actually a subsidiary. Condé Nast itself is a subsidiary for another company. Um, so Advanced Publications is the media conglomerate that owns 23 to 30% of Reddit. Um, so it's publicly traded, but Advancements is the owner of Condé Nast, who owns at least 30% of it. So that's why you can see that it's very corporate and isn't as perhaps decentralized as some people would want. If you remember back in the day, forums used to be very popular. Just whatever your interest was, and those kind of went away over the course of the 2010s, and everything basically became centralized into Reddit. And for better or for worse, if you want the most active set of forums in the world, you're going to find it on Reddit. Um, so it looks like, yeah, definitely. So Advanced Publications owns 30%, Tencent owns 11%, and Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI himself, owns 9%. And then Advanced Publications, um, they are the people who basically own Condé Nast, Business Journals, Turnitin, Chart Communications, Warner Brothers Discovery. They're a major shareholder of that as well. So, and if you know the story of Reddit, what has become Reddit is basically um, what the one of the founders, Aaron Schwartz, did not want it to be. Was this corporate, basically form? He wanted it to be free to the people, but unfortunately, he died uh, more than a decade ago, and his influence was not able to be continued. And now we have what we have, but it's better than nothing. And especially if you're looking for cool memes or cute cat videos, it's the place to go. But also, it's a really great place to get financial information, certainly politics information. It's the central hub of the internet.
Awesome. Thank you for all the information more than I've known quite some time there, so I appreciate it.
Most certainly. Thank you all for the opportunity to be able to share. I am going to step down, um, perhaps spread the word to some other people. You guys should know that I really appreciate the the communications that we've had in here, the conversation. If anybody really needs anything from me, just feel free to send me a DM or come join my Discord. I'm always here to help you. Thank you.
I want 1% of your project, make it go to $1 million. And let's rock and roll. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. That may be your best investment that you've ever made. So let's make that happen.
There you go. It's been blessed by Rabbi. There you go. Yeah. And you know I'm from New Jersey. T-Nax, he probably knows a sick part. I don't know if he's from the East Coast, but you know.
My family is. Absolutely. Shout out to New Jersey. It's one of my favorite states.
Not many people say that. That's correct.
My first sexual experience in much of it.
Hey, we had somebody buy our coin. That's tight. Who else owns our coin? I don't know. I certainly don't. Shout out to those guys. They were really nice. Thank you. Dude, I lost a ton. All right. The weekly report's ready to review. Max points. I was the most efficient manager. Fuck yeah. He's on the stat sheet. I had the lowest points in the win. Shoot. All right, who are we playing next week? The tickets. All right, so league. Five kids you need to lose. Spurs 69ers needs to lose. If either of them get a win, basically. Three guys have clinched the playoffs. Who are playing this week? The tickets, the number 14 in the league. Oh, the guy with Ashton Gentry. This is the worst podcast. I am more excited than this.
Really feeling different levels of is the movie animal ultimately not after by not that was actually the last thing the Gemara knows. The Gemara picks up in the Gemara says the Lavi Suri Hanra, I'm sorry, the Lavi Suri Nan, so the Gemara says, one second, but our Mishnah also talks about cases of animals that got mixed in that are not Suri Hanra. Once again, if that's the case, then why did we put the Mishnah on the surface at all? To which the Gemara says, Mikatani, the Kamal, Koshin, Hassan, Katani. The Gemara says, but one second. Does the Mishnah talk about numbers? See, our Mishnah talks about numbers. It talks about the idea that even the Koshin, even any amount ultimately is. So again, our Mishnah speaks about numbers. The Mishnah in Tula does not speak about ultimately again numbers. The Gemara says, over here, the Mishnah, so just like the Mishnah in Tula, and don't like the Mishnah in Tula. Or just go ahead and just put everything, just go ahead and put everything. The Gemara says, it's very interesting. Which discusses the remedy. Remember again, I will say, you notice in every case of mixture, our Mishnah speaks about the first nature of the problem, and then tells you how to remedy the issue. And remember, again, there are different remedies for different cases. Just give an example of remedies. So everybody will be at a certain cases, for example, let's say you're going to let everything wait until you develop a home, sell it off, and then you value it more because that's what the person is.
What up, Jack?
Whatever the remedy is, the point over here is our mission discusses not just, but our mission ultimately again discusses solutions. So the Gemara says the Mishnah Sarah discusses problems and those solutions. Mishnah Masechet Zvatim ultimately again discusses problems and discusses solutions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. Because they want a tremendous Muslim aspect. Two different kinds of people, and there are many more than two different kinds of people. So far, purpose is two different kinds of people in life. People who are incredibly adept at identifying problems. They can tell you the problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problem, someone else's problem, not their problem. Right? All the problems in the world. Right? And I always say, but the one thing they never have are solutions. And there are people like that. And again, it's a skill, not just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify problems. And then there are other people who, Baruch Hashem, yes, also can identify problems, but also have the God-given talent to find solutions. There is a solution, or at least an approach to every